Good morning, all. Good morning. Who's ready to find out if they're a DV2026 winner? It's going to be a great day for some. For many, it will be a day of seeing a single message. You are not selected. That's going to be the normal thing, but so be it. That's just the part of the mystery that is DV lottery. Okay, so I'm going to try not to kick this. I'm actually live on Facebook and YouTube, and would you believe I'm live on TikTok? For those of you that use TikTok, if you want to laugh, you can go over to my live. I don't think anybody knows anything about me on TikTok, so we'll see what's going on with that. Already. Low-key trail. Already looking forward to seeing the not selected notification, but it has been a lot of fun. Yeah, that's going to be the same for most people. Remember, like 20 million people enter the lottery on average each year. Something like between 15 million and 25 million people enter. Only 100 and something thousand are selected. 130,000, 120,000. So the chance of selection in this lottery is something like 1 in 100 years. Okay. So for those of you that are already DV 2025 winners or are previous winners from previous years, just think how lucky you were to get selected on that day and how amazing this opportunity is. I don't think we pay enough attention to that and how many people will be absolutely sure that they're a winner in DV 2026. They'll go in, they'll check, and they're not going to be a winner. Okay, it's very, very normal. So it's just that's just the part of the thing, right? Okay, so I'm going to take today. So a couple of things about DV 2026. The results page is not ready yet. It's not open for checking yet. It'll be opening in about 27 minutes. Okay. Now, when it opens, within about 1 minute, it'll crash because the government, scale their servers just enough to cope with the demand, but they don't seem to scale them as quickly as they really should scale them, right? So there will be millions of people, quite literally, many of whom think the results are already open, many of whom are probably thinking that the DV lottery is cancelled because they can't get in to check their results. And then the results page will open in like 26 minutes. Okay, and so as soon as it opens, it'll crash. It'll get bogged down. It'll get slow. Some people have managed to check their results fairly quickly on the first few minutes, but generally speaking, it's a frustrating exercise. So, you have to be a little bit aware of that, okay? Just be aware. So let's take some questions, and I'm happy to take DV25 questions, of course. I'll look forward to hearing from someone who's a DV26 winner. But while we're waiting for people to come in, I'll just be answering some questions and covering some topics which for many of you will be old news, but it's worth covering just in case we get some DV26 winners in. And I'm not expecting, by the way, I'm not expecting many DV26 winners. Can you imagine your first day, right? You go on, you check your results eventually as soon as the server lets you do that. You get the results. You're not thinking, oh, I must rush and find Brit Simon, right? I must go on the YouTube internet and figure out how to fill in my DS260. People, generally speaking, most of the winners will have no idea what the process is, none whatsoever, right? So they're going to be very confused. They're going to be overwhelmed. Some of them will literally start packing their bags. I'm not kidding. Some people will do that. And of course, as you all know, it's not going to be quite that easy, right? It's going to take a long time, and many of them won't know that. Okay, so let's take some questions. Let's just go through some questions. Do South Sudanese have a chance to win? Yeah, they do. While countries are banned, they're still selected as winners because the bans can be taken off, right? So yeah, absolutely, people will be selected from South Sudan, and they can go through the process. When it comes to the point where they have their interview, which will be many months from now, but when that happens, there may or may not be a ban in place for South Sudan. So they may get processed, they may not. Okay. How many slots remain for DV25? About half, roughly speaking. Half the visas have not been given away yet. There are plenty of slots still available. However, that's always the way. The last 3 months of the year, in terms of scheduling, tend to be the busiest. We've got, we're in May, right? So we've got all May, June, July, August, September. So we've got 5 months of processing. We've had 7 months of processing, and they're just over half all the visas gone. In that second half, they're going to do much more work than they did in the first half. They'll issue more visas than they did in the first half. So they'll get there for sure. Okay. Good luck, bro. Yeah, good luck to everyone. I don't need it, but good luck to everyone else. Right, just before I do it, OC from NZ, 1,500 to 2,000 is likely safe for case, and it's likely a 15 to 20% chance. It's difficult to say it in percentage terms, Loki, but I'm expecting the cutoff for DV25 to come at around about 1,900, 2,000. That's what I'm expecting. If you're talking about DV26, you'll be much more comfortable with a number under 1,500. If only you could choose your winning number, but it doesn't quite work that way. Considering renewing a passport before my interview, what is looking for a new passport like? Any should identical. Lucky boy, you are welcome to. Don't worry about renewing a passport. You can do that. You can renew your passport. It doesn't really affect the process. What I typically say is, if you can, take the old passport and the new passport to your interview. But I wouldn't unlock these days at this time of the year. I wouldn't unlock in order to change the passport number, which is going to be different on the new passport than the old passport. I wouldn't do that. But just take both passports to the interview. It's not a big deal. Okay. Stefan says, "Hi Simon, EU21K. Whatever the outcome, everything you mean outcome is going to be, I would like to say thank you, sir, for all I've learned from you." Thank you, Stefan. That's a nice thing to say. Congrats to all winners. Yep, no winners, no for DV26 yet, but we'll see. Thank you for everything. You're very welcome. Someone just said to me this morning, I think it was Roberto, said, "I'm going to make 130,000 new friends today." That's a great joke, but yeah, that's kind of how it feels. I'm actually I just told my wife, I'm a little nervous. I mean, I've been doing this 13 years, right? 14 years. I mean, we entered DV 2013 as the first year we entered. We then, and we didn't win, but I did study about DV 2013. And then in DV 2014, we entered again and we won. By that time, I was starting to become sort of very knowledgeable about the process. And so since DV 2014, I've been helping people on their process. And so, I've been doing these sorts of things, my blog, my YouTube channel for years, right? But today I find myself a bit nervous. And I'm not normally nervous at all. But I find myself a little bit nervous, a little bit anxious. Don't know why, but it's just an exciting day, So there you go. Absolute legend. Thank you, Loki Troll. Roberto, waiting for your 1NL. You want to get another one? That might be a good idea, but I don't think you'll need it, to be honest with you. I think you're going to be okay. Sock. Roberto, by the way, is one of the funniest guys. I genuinely want to meet Roberto when he comes over to America. I want to meet him face to face. He's a funny guy. I love him lots. Love Philip, love Stoic, love all the guys from the Telegram channel. I'm going to explain about the Telegram channel a little bit later, and I suggest people get involved in that. It's a good thing, right? Let's check in with TikTok. I think I've got a viewer on TikTok. That's amazing. I don't quite know how it works, but anyway, welcome if you're on TikTok. So that's quite funny. I've got two cameras facing me. Okay, from Cambodia, waiting for results. About 19 minutes left for the results. 19 minutes before the servers crash. So that'll be fun. Hi, sir. How do you expect visa bulletin for Africa this month? I don't normally like doing predictions, because predictions are a bit of bullshit, to be honest with you. If I gave you a prediction and that prediction was wrong, and it could easily be wrong, even with the best will in the world, it could easily be wrong. And then some moron gives you a prediction, but that prediction happens to be right, because even a clock that is pointing at 6:05 is right twice a day, right? A broken clock that never moves off of 6:05 is right twice a day. So even the moron that gives you a prediction that's accurate might be right, and I might be wrong. Does that mean that he knows more about DV lottery than me? No, it doesn't mean that. And that's my worry about giving predictions, right? So take this with a pinch of salt. I do think, having said that, why I don't like giving predictions, I'm now going to give a prediction, right? Because that's just how I roll. I think we're going to probably see numbers go very close to 50,000 for Africa, maybe a little bit above 50,000. I'd like to see that. But yeah, I think it's going to be that sort of jump. I don't think we'll get to 55,000, right? So it's going to be something in the range of, let's say, 48,000 to 52,000, something in that range, I think is probably about right. There's if somebody could write that down to tell me whether I got it wrong or not, that'd be great. I love that. I love being told later whether I was right or wrong. I think that's really valuable. Perfect time for status check for 2026. The perfect time, right, it is not now, because it's not open yet. So it's opening in 17 minutes. But any time after that, right? The time when you check, I actually have had questions from people who think that because they didn't check quickly, all of the winner places were given out before they checked their results. It's not like that. It isn't like that. I promise you, it's not like that. So it doesn't matter whether you check in the first 5 minutes or whether you wait until tomorrow to check, or next week or next month. It doesn't affect your winning chance, okay? So there is no perfect time to check. Personally, I would probably wait a few hours. I wouldn't check in the first few minutes, because it's just frustrating, right? It's going to be frustrating as hell. My first time applying for the lottery. Wish me luck, y'all. Yeah, good luck. Some people win on their first time. My wife won on her second attempt. I never won. I was a derivative of my wife's number. Rationalist. This might be a long shot, but do you think next year we might see a drop in European applicants due to Trump and the rise of anti-Americanism in Europe? Possibly, yes. It's a real thing, yes. I mean, sentiment, the sentiment of people when they consider moving to America is going to be a factor. You have to remember, you might speak to someone and they say, "Oh, well, that wouldn't change my mind. America's still a great country," and the next person says, "Yeah, it would change my mind," or whatever. But what we're talking about is many, many thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, and so the group think of those people and the behaviors of those people. In fact, even millions of people from some of the regions, including, I think, Europe. The groupthink has all sorts of variations in it. And yes, I think in general, if the economy is bad, if the political situation is bad, if America is acting more of an asshole than usual, which we are at the moment because we've got a moron in charge, then yes, it's going to affect some people, right? And I'll be honest, the economy is probably going to get worse under Trump than it's going to get better, right? What does that mean for people who want to come here to get a job and so on? You know, Republican presidents are normally pretty good for economies for a while, but they tend to crash the economies. They tend to do badly. Like the Democrats, for all the rhetoric and for all the bias, and you know, if you're right-leaning, conservative-leaning, you know, you're welcome to that. I was right-leaning for many years, right? But in the UK, right-leaning is not the same thing as right-leaning here, right? You know, it just isn't. But anyway, the Republican Party tend to want things like smaller government, and they want to deregulate industry and business and so on. And those things can be good for the economy. They can be good for business. If you allow businesses to just do whatever the hell they want, regulation-wise, and don't pay much taxes and everything else, it's great for business, right, for a while. And the rich get richer, but the poor are not getting richer, right? And that's where the Democrats come in, where they say, yeah, but you can't keep creating these huge divides between people where, you know, the top 1% of people have 80% of the money, and 20% of the money is split up in the rest of the 99%. You know, that I'm a believer in our economic system, but I also believe, you know, and that's capitalism and so on. But I also believe that you've got to protect some people. You've got to provide a fair playing field. You know, there are, you know, it's an important, you know, thing for us to take on board to make sure that we're not just leaving people behind. So that's my personal position. How do you doing what you think about this year? How are you doing? What did you think about this year, SAS in DV25 to arrive at the end of the year? It's a complicated way of asking around the world, but you're basically asking me to predict the end of the year, you know, what number will we get to? In January of this year, I published some prediction videos on each region, including the Asia region. And in there, I said that I think the early range, the most, you know, sort of the early mathematical range that might have some danger for Asia was about 17,000. I think I mentioned 15,000 in there. And then went up to about 20,000 something, right? Have a look at that video. I explain it properly in there, in that video. I explain my rationale for that. However, those videos are mathematical predictions. They don't take into account what the government wants to do, what the government does, what people do necessarily. They're simply saying, look, in order to get all of the visas issued for the quota that exists in any given year, then you would need this number of people to go to their interviews, and to get that number of people to go to their interviews, you need this number of people and this number of cases and so on. And so mathematically, you can say where that number, you know, starts to become riskier, right? But then things happen, and you know, things will be different. Now, the difference year to year more or less becomes like sort of a chaos theory thing, where yes, it's chaos, but the chaos somehow sort of balances out, you know, other factors. And so, generally speaking, even though it's unpredictable, it's somewhat predictable, because you know, there are very few things that will sort of just throw the whole thing on its side. Now, COVID threw the whole thing on its side, right? COVID destroyed, you know, the DV lottery process for a while. The behavior of the government after COVID destroyed DV for a while, but then there were lawsuits that tried to, you know, put things back to play in place and so on. And so there's a bit of a balance, but you know, it goes on every year. But there are very few things that can happen that have very, very dramatic effect. A new president acting like a complete buffoon does have an impact, you know, but not an immediate one. He can't just say, "Hey, the DV lottery is stopped." You know, it doesn't work like that. Okay, let's take some more questions. What address are you supposed to put down for where to receive the green card if you don't know anyone in the US? Right. This is a question I've been dealing with recently. I've actually set up a service to receive the green card and the social security number for new people arriving. It's a difficult one. The first thing I would say is your best idea is to use a friend or a family member in the USA. You've just said you don't know anyone. Okay, but do you know someone who knows someone who's in the USA? Maybe you do, right? A family or a friend of a friend, right? You want to be able to trust that person. That's something I think you need to understand is very important. It needs to be a trustworthy person, because the green card itself, to replace the green card, will cost you over $500 if it gets lost. But if somebody gets your green card, then they basically have your identity, and they can start creating an identity for themselves using your identity, right? Same thing with the social security number and the social security card. That's also a problem, right? So these are not things that you want to just send to anybody. If you are going to send it to someone, it should be a friend of a friend, should be someone trustworthy and reliable. You should not use things like Airbnbs and hotels and addresses for those sort of things. So if you get absolutely stuck and you've got no other options to you, then look out for my announcement about the address service that I've set up. I've taken one person has gone through a test run of that, and I've taken a couple of other people into that process. And so I'll be, doing that carefully over the next few months. So that might be your other option. Okay, but and it will. I'm charging for this service, by the way, because basically I'm going to receive the two most important letters that you'll receive, the green card and the social security number. I'm going to hold those for you, and then at the time when you have a place to send them, I'll send them to you by FedEx within the USA, and presumably by that time you have an address. I can also send them to a FedEx office and ask them to hold that for you for 7 days, so that you can then go in and collect it at your convenience. So basically, the service costs me money to maintain the box, to check the mailbox, and then to send on the two documents in FedEx packages. So to cover those costs, I'm charging $80, which I'd like to do it for less, but at the same time, it's a valuable service. So I don't know. What can I say? Hi, would like to know the next step as soon as I am selected. I'm going to come back to that, Sufi. I'm going to be explaining that shortly. Is the results out? No, they're going to be out in about 7 minutes' time. Okay. Mashi Dashi Mushabu Mushsuba Yam Kama Pudel Krishna Lita. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. Just a bit of a clue. I don't speak your language, and so I prefer that the language we all speak on these lives is English. But if I mangled your comment there, sorry. Hell, excellent person. First of all, appreciate you. Thank you. Don't see my result. Why now, my bro? Okay, because it's not out yet. That's why. I'm going to try not to be too mean and sarcastic today. That's a challenge for me. But it's not noon in Washington yet. That's why. It's going to open in a few minutes' time, 6 minutes' time. And as soon as it opens, it's going to crash the system, and it's going to be a bit of a nightmare. Okay. Hi, Britt. Good luck to everyone. First-time applicant here. Already looking forward to the not selected message. Fingers crossed. Yeah, I know what you mean, Jay. Most people will see that you are not selected message. Good day, Britt. I mistakenly closed my application windows and lost my confirmation details. Now that DV is out, can I recover it? You can, Edward. Yes. When you go into the ESC page where you see the results, in there's a lost confirmation number link. It says lost confirmation number. You click that and you enter, I think, 4 pieces of information: your full name, your full date of birth, your email address, and so on, right? And it will recover your confirmation code, and it will put that in the form for you, so you can then complete the rest of the entry and check your details. Okay, so yeah, do that. Ashu, my heart was broken when my sister won and not interviewed at Addis Ababa Embassy. Yeah, that's something I wanted to discuss. There are people that go through this process and do everything right, and they still lose out. And it's very important people understand that. It's a shame. Cielo, good morning, Simon. I'm sure many of us would love to see brilliant Zarthisius jumping on live with you and thank him for everything he does. I would love to see that too. And I don't think, I was just thinking about that this morning. I did a live session with Roberto, Philip, and Stoic just recently, a couple of months ago. And I enjoyed that because I don't normally get that sort of interaction. But it occurred to me, I don't think I've ever had Zarthisius appear live or in any recorded thing, and he deserves some attention. So, he's the guy that brings us this data. Some of you that are new won't know what the hell we're talking about, but this site is probably going to be one of the most important sites that you'll ever want to know about. It's Zarthisius's data. You can see he scrapes the data, presents the data for us, and really reveals so much information about the DV lottery through his technical know-how. And for several years, he's been doing this with no thanks, no money, no advertising revenue or whatever else. He just does the whole thing because he's a great guy. So big thanks, big shout out to Zarthisius. He's an absolute diamond guy, but we should get him on live sometime. If he wants to join me, he knows how to get a hold of me, and I can send him a link to bring him up. That would be hilarious. I'd love that. Hello, Simon. I changed my case from Accra to Freetown in August and subsequently moved to Cotonou before I went current. I have an interview in a few days. Is it possible that Freetown will come up? I have an interview in a few days. Why do you care what Freetown's going to do if you've got an interview in a few days? Don't quite understand why you're worried about that. But are you thinking for other people? So anything is possible in the last 3 visa bulletins, right? Any embassy that has been quiet and not performing can suddenly burst into action and suddenly do some things. Any embassy that's been doing well can suddenly stop. We don't have a way to predict that, right? We don't know what's going on at each of the embassies, so we just have to wait and see what they'll do. It's frustrating as hell. I wish I could find a way of getting information from the embassies, but they all behave differently. Even in the past where I've had good dialogue with a couple of embassies, they some of them they reach a point where they just stop talking to you and they don't want to talk to you from that point onwards. It's weird. All the best, DV26. 2025, especially from Nairobi. We are freaking out. Yeah, of course you are. I've still got my fingers crossed for Nairobi. I hope they're going to end well. Hello, bro. Give an answer for my question, but excuse me. Okay, I don't know what your question was. I am Mohammed. Case number is 55K. This year was submitted DV Lottery 2026. Is there any problem that issues? No problem. So there's no problem entering or even winning DV 2026 if you're a DV 2025 winner. No problem at all. But I don't know why people get worried about this. It's absolutely fine. Okay, no problem whatsoever. Okay. The day of my date of birth is different on my high school. Will that affect anything, please? No, it won't. Just before I do it, OC, yeah. So yeah, posted twice might be a quick one. Mantha, how you doing? Let's go, baby. I'm going to be a winner this year again. I have like 20 names to check for right now in an Excel sheet. ESC will probably not me check anything today. Let you check anything today. Wait a few hours, Mantha. You're just going to drive yourself nuts with 20 cases to check. Wait a few hours. Speaking of 25, I am age 12,900. Do I still have a reasonable chance? Yes, you do. 54K. When do you expect the interviews for Tunis embassy? I don't expect for me to have an embassy interview, but 54K probably has a chance, maybe in August, maybe in September. It's kind of an obvious question at this point. If we're at 42.5, right, and I think we're going to get to about 60, or so, 60K by the end of the year, and it might go current, and we'll have to see for Africa. But it's not going to get to 54K in the next visa bulletin, which means it's either the one that is for August interviews or September interviews. Now, I don't know what day you're going to be interviewed, right? So I can only tell you it's maybe going to be August, maybe it's going to be September. Kind of obvious, really. 30K Europe, any chance? Yeah, you've got some chance still, Anthony. I think some recent things that have gone on have kind of given you a better chance, believe it or not. Their mistakes that they've made have made it more likely that they're going to be in effort mode at the last minute. So you've got a chance. We've got someone watching from Kenya. There's been some weird stuff going on in Kenya. Assassinations of people. That's tough. But anyway, good luck to you in Kenya. I'm from Liberia. Tried checking my results, but it's not going through. It's not open yet. Oh, yes, it is. It just opened 1 minute ago. So now you can check again. Waiting for the results from ET. Roy says, I heard you need to keep your confirmation number with you for a while. What's the point? Can the results take longer to be released? No. So all the results are published today, right, for all the winners. It's not like they release the winners in little batches. However, in some years, what they do is they select a small number of selectees on May 3rd, on the beginning day, a small number of selectees, maybe about 80 to 90,000. And that's not enough to fill the year. And so in those years, and it only happens like once every few years, but in those years, they then release a second small batch of winners later on, right? And those winners would have higher case numbers. They would start from where the old case numbers ended, right? So that's why they tell you to hold on to the confirmation number. There also was 1 year, DV2012, where they released the results. They realized they'd screwed it up. There were lawsuits and all sorts of things. And they redid the whole draw, right? So some people found out they were winners, and that was wrong. Those wins were cancelled. Some other people had seen not selected in DV2012, and then they got a chance to check again, and they became winners. It was chaos, absolute chaos. We probably could have had that situation happen in DV25, because I'm getting increasingly more convinced that they did do something wrong. But we're not going to suddenly cancel DV25, right? That's not going to happen. But anyway, that's why they tell you to hold on to the number. From Ghana, if selected, can I transfer my case to Algeria or Morocco? Yep, can. What time should I check from Ghana? About now. Watching from Nairobi, that's awesome. I've been following you since I won in 2014. Thanks for all you do. That's lovely. Ori Princess, that's lovely. I hope you're doing well in America. You won the same year I did, right? So that's wonderful. Hi, Britt. Happy weekend. DV25, AF 60,000. Do you think July VB will favor me? Probably. You know, you get very close. Yeah, you'll probably be okay. Fingers crossed for you. Is it open to checking? Right now it is. Yes, it's open. Do I need DS260 for each one as a family? My spouse and sons and medical for each one? Yes, you do. Every single person that's going to emigrate will need a DS260. Okay. When the results coming out, and do Mauritian people have a chance to win, sir? Yes, they do. The results are out right now. Let's just go check that, actually. So DV program.state.gov. Right, that's the web page. Oh, shocker. It's slow to come up. Who'd have predicted that? Yeah, it's just spinning. So yeah, it's definitely open and it's definitely broken already. Let me just check the DV ERC page. And yeah, that's spinning too. That's hilarious. Very predictably, the servers have fallen over. And there's so many people hitting the pages, so I'm not going to check again for a while. Wish me luck, guys. First time I've applied. Good luck, Sis and Bro Adventure. That doesn't sound great, actually. Sis and Bro Adventure. Have good adventures, but that's all you should have, right? Anyway, Sarfraz Ahmadi. Hello, Simon. My case number is 7562. What do you think about the Islamabad embassy? Has there been good progress or not? My case has become current, but I haven't received the 2NL yet. I think they're doing pretty well. I've presented some videos just recently showing how I check that, so that you will all know how to check it yourselves. Go ahead and have a look, but and you can check all the data on Zarthisius's incredibly good site. But yeah, they're doing pretty well. Someone from Kenya watching. Thank you, Charles. Layla says, a friend of mine won DV25. Instead of selecting Cameroon as country of eligibility, he selected Cambodia. Should he proceed, or it's a waste of time and money? Cambodia would be in Asia, right? So no, he shouldn't proceed. If you enter the lottery within the same region, you choose the wrong country within the same region, that can be a problem, but it's generally not a problem, right? The consular officer can forgive that mistake. If, on the other hand, you are from Africa, let's say, and you choose a country in Asia, then you get an AS number in front of your number. You get 2025 AS 12345 or whatever is your number. That means you were in the wrong regional draw, and you cannot do that. You can't. It cannot be forgiven. It's a definite disqualification. There's no doubt about it, unless you have some reason or excuse, and there are only two excuses, that you chose that other country as your country of birth. So no, he shouldn't waste his money. Should just stop right now. So Fraz, my case number is 75 something. What do you think about Islamabad? We already talked about that. What do you think of Austria and Germany? I love both places. I've got friends in Germany. I think Austria is beautiful. So they're wonderful. Okay. Other than that, I think you've probably got another question in mind, but you're a bit vague in your question, Sonia. When the results coming out and do Mauritian people? Yeah, I've already answered that. The results are out now. Can I add my newly wedded wife in DS260 and immigrate with her to the US because I applied as a single person? Second, so let's ask that first. Answer the first question. Yes, you can do that. You can get married. The only thing I would say is make sure that wedding, that marriage, is a genuine relationship. For me, it's very simple, right? I see it like this. If you are in a relationship and you were previously in a relationship and you want a green card, but you're not married, you would not go to America without your wife, right? It's just a weird thing to do. You wouldn't behave like that. So if you are a green card winner, you should get married and take your spouse with you, take your loved one with you, right? And the rules absolutely allow for that. You can do that. There's nothing wrong with that. What you shouldn't do is, you become a winner and then you're speaking to someone down the pub or the church or whatever else, and they say, oh, my brother-in-law has a pretty looking, sister or whatever, and I want you to marry her so that she gets a green card. That's fraud. That's illegal. And what's going to happen is you're both going to get disqualified for a start, and you could find yourselves in very hot water, legally speaking, for the fraud that you're trying to do, right? So don't do that. That would be stupid. But if you're in a genuine relationship, you should get married and you should go together. And you should do it as soon as possible, by the way. Don't wait until you've been scheduled for your interview and all this sort of nonsense that people do. Just go ahead and do it, because if you've got a genuine relationship, you're going to want to go together, right? And you'll have evidence of your marriage, you'll have evidence of your relationship, and so on. Okay, 8th attempt for Abu. Well, so good luck, Abu Bakar Kamara. I think we've spoken before, Abu, and I've got Trump's voice in my head when I say your name. But there you go, Abu Bakar Kamara. Hi Simon, I'm 2025 selectee from Kenya, still waiting. Good luck. Unique TV shows. At what time can we check? Right now. You can check now. Oh, somebody's saying hi to Poppy. Look at that. John Hanzo. Poppy was barking and John said hi to Poppy. Poppy is my dog. The love of my life. When it will be announced? It's already announced. The results are out. My passport has 5 years visa in it. In case I get chosen, can I use the same passport? Yes, no problem. Is there any data how many people apply for DV26? 20 million maybe. It will certainly be around about 20 million, right? 18 million to 22 million. It'll be something like that. We will get some number. I think in the 1NL, the letter which is the winner's notification. either in that or later on in one of the visa bulletins, it gives us a number. I think actually it's in the visa bulletin. So we get that number every year. And, I've got a way to try and simulate that number or gauge that number. And this year it looked to be about normal. So I think it's probably around about 20 million. Trying today from Belgium for 2026, first one. Okay, good. I'm winning today, says Em. Good. Philip, 20 minutes to go. Okay, I'm way behind. Let me jump ahead. I'm gonna scroll down. I'm gonna jump over a bunch of questions. So just this once, I'm gonna let you repeat your question. So if you've asked a question already and I haven't got to it, please enter it again. And I'm going to scroll down because I want to be up to date with, see if we get some winners, right? Okay, so site is flooded. Yep, so we're right up to date, right? Another year of hell in this garbage of a country. I'm sorry, I don't know where you are, Scrimblow Sam, but that sucks. I lost. Oh dear. Real-time English. Are you also a DV winner? If you're talking to me real-time English, my wife was a DV winner in 2014, about 10 years ago. So yeah, I got my green card that way. I was here on an H1 visa, and we transferred over to green card status in 2014. I got my citizenship a couple of years ago, so I'm an American citizen now. Site is flooded. Yeah, obviously. To my fellow losers, it's okay if you don't make it today. Yeah, it's okay, Scrimbler Sam, you're right. That's a good attitude. Accept this, you've lost. Yeah, you just have to come to terms with it, right? We've lost. Yeah, it's over. Oh, lots of negative, negative. Based on the information provided, the entry has not been selected for further processing in the electronic diversity visa program at this time. That's exactly the message that most people will see. Has not been selected. As I say, 20 million people will have entered, 100,000 will be selected. There's a huge gap, right? How many people have applied this year? It'll be about 20 million roughly. Scrimblow Sam says, what a shocker. Why I don't enter link. The servers are down. Oh, it just came up for me, actually. It eventually did come up, but it's sluggish. It's very, very sluggish. Okay, so this is a good question. What do I do if it says my case confirmation number is invalid? So here's what some people do. Firstly, the site is horrible right now. I wouldn't bother trying to check right now. I would wait a little while, wait at least half an hour, wait an hour, wait a day, whatever. But if it says my confirmation number or the confirmation number is invalid, it generally means you're miskeying one of the letters. And very common mistakes is things like mixing up a 0 and a O, letter O with a 0, right? The best thing you can do is to have your confirmation number, which you copy and pasted from the site, and you copy and paste that confirmation number from an electronic format, like you sent yourself. If you had watched my instructions last year, you would have the electronic format and you'd have kept that. And so you wouldn't have to be accurate in what you're typing. But if you didn't do that, then you're going to have to be very careful about what you type in. What you can also do is use the lost confirmation number link to retrieve your confirmation number, and it will type it in for you. So where you see on the entry status page, you see lost confirmation number, click that link, enter the details, which you probably won't screw up, your name, your email address, and so on, date of birth, and it will retrieve your confirmation number for you, and then you have it electronically, and you can use that. Actually, it pastes it in for you. Murray, did you say you won? Did you really win? I usually get this at this time of year. I get people who say, I've won. But I'd like to see some proof, right? So I'm really excited for you if you did win, but I do want to see some proof. I'd like someone to send me screenshots of their winning letter, for example. That would be really exciting. And also there's some information in that letter that's kind of important, right? So Okay. Hi, Britt. Trusting you're doing well. May the 3rd be with us. Yeah. May the 3rd of May be with us. I've been selected to stay in my country. Like it. Yeah, that's probably true. System hang. Yeah. Congrats, Andrew 95 Apple. Is that Andrew 95 Apple? Don't know. I forget the confirmation number. Can I get it back? Yes, Rehan, with that ESC page. Not sure whether it will get this year, but it's a great pleasure to go through the process with you every year. Bella, thank you. That's exactly the right attitude. You know, a green card is nice, but watching my videos is nicer, right? You know. So once you have won, what's next? Okay, so let's start talking about that. I'm going to show this. I'm going to show something. So I'm torn between answering some questions. The number is invalid. I just covered that. But let me start showing you a couple of slides to talk about the process here, right? Right, let me do a slideshow from the beginning. Okay. And if I just flip over and show this, how does that look? Yeah, I'm going to take this off. Right. Okay. So what's next is your question here, right? So today, May 3rd, is the results day. Today you find out you're selected, and you might find out over the next few days. That's fine. No problem at all. What you're going to do first is you're going to work on your DS260, and that'll be processed over a few months of processing time. What I suggest you do, though, is please take your time in filling out that DS260. A lot of people rush to submit it thinking that it's some sort of race to submit that. Just like some people think they have to check their results fast, they think they have to submit the DS260 first, otherwise others will get ahead of them. That's not how it works, right? Now there is, if you've got a very low case number, then you should probably focus this weekend on filling out your DS260. But you're going to spend 2 or 3 hours doing it. You're going to take your time and you're going to read the freaking instructions properly. If you want, you can look at my blog, which is britsimonssays.com, and you can see an article I've written about how to fill in the DS260 correctly. But you'll make all sorts of mistakes if you rush it, right? People, for example, think they read the instructions and it says, give us the address history. And they think, oh, I don't need to do that. I'll just put my current address in. And then, you know, give us your education history. And they think, oh, they don't need to know where all my education was. I'll just put in the latest education I have, right? And then those people are going to get a blasting from me because they didn't fucking listen. And so they're going to have to go back in, and they're going to have to edit and unlock and edit their DS260s because they didn't listen, and they thought they were smarter than the form, and they thought that they could make some choices. You know, there's a social media question. People think, oh, that's not important. I'm not giving my social media. No, you're going to give your damn social media, because if you don't, you won't be processed properly, right? You don't want to not follow the instructions. Follow the instructions. Just read the questions properly, follow the instructions correctly, read the question again, and just answer the question you see. Don't answer the questions you don't see, right? Just answer the questions that are in front of you, okay? Do that. Whatever you do, no matter how fast you fill in your DS260, no matter what your case number is, you will not get interviewed before October 1st of this year. And you probably won't get interviewed until sometime between the 1st of October and 30th of September. And, you know, there are a few things that affect the timing of your interview. I'll explain in a moment. But you know, it's going to be something in that range, right? Oh, I did a Trump thing. It's really, you know, huge. So it's going to be something in that range, right? So you're not going to get interviewed before October 1st. So calm down, relax. This is a bit of a slow process, and you know, it could take longer than you think. Once your number is current, which I know some of you won't understand yet, once your number is current and your DS260 is processed, then you're going to get what we call a 2NL, which is the notification for the interview. That arrives about 6 to 8 weeks before the interview. so you can then get your paperwork together and you do your medical, etc., and then you'll have the interview, right? So roughly speaking, let's say you were having an October interview, which is unlikely, but let's say you were having an interview as early as October. You would receive your 2NL, which is an email basically with a link to go and check the ESC page again. You'll receive that 2NL in August. Okay, so in August, you're told that you've got an interview at some point in October. In September, they're sending out interview notifications for November and so on. It's always about 6 to 8 weeks later. Okay, so and then you have to complete your processing by September 30th of next year, 2026. On September 30th, the whole process stops. If you haven't had your interview by then, or if you haven't been approved by them, even though you had your interview, then the whole process will stop and you'll lose your chance. Okay. The things that can affect your interview time, right, is this: the DS260, your case number, and the embassy choice. And I want to go through this in a little bit detail, but I'll come back to this a little bit later because I want to come back and talk about some of these questions, go through some of the questions, and just support people that are checking this site. But I'm gonna come back to this slide a couple of times this morning. I'm doing a live session for at least 2 or 3 hours, right? So I'm going to be here for a while. Settle down, have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, and we'll talk about it together. Okay. All right. And then I've got a couple of other slides to show you how you can affect your chance, reading the instructions, and then some awesome extra tools that you have. Okay. So all of that to come. Just give you a little teaser there. Wondering why I'm getting the message that my confirmation number is invalid. Is it because everyone is checking at the moment? I'm entering the number correctly. You think you're entering the number correctly. You're probably not, is the reality. You're probably not putting your number in correctly. If it's giving you a message saying your confirmation number is invalid, then the website is talking to you. It's working for you. Your session has been established and it's working for you. Other people are struggling, but it was working for you. So more often than not, and I'm talking about 99.9999% of the time, it's because the person entering the confirmation number is not paying attention to the confirmation number. And every year, I can promise you, I get people who say to me, I've checked my confirmation number and I did it right. And I promise you I did it right. And it still doesn't work. It says it's invalid. And so in some cases, I get them to email me the information and I check. And 100% of the time, for the last 13 years that I've been doing this, 100% of the time, I find it works for me first time because people don't pay attention. And so if you're seeing that, I'm sorry, Christy, but it probably means that, I don't think there's aliens in the system or anything. It probably means you're not putting your confirmation number in correctly. And, it's very easy to mistake it. So, just take that advice on board. And if you really get stuck, you can give me the information, but, don't, I'm going to just do something here. No, don't do that. What? Oh, I don't know how to do that. So I think I'm about to get signed off of TikTok. Whatever, I don't really care. So anyway, which of these objects captures images? Oh man, hang on a minute. This one and this one. Okay, whatever. So I'm back. Whatever. TikTok is going to shut down, but I don't care. Or my live session on TikTok, I should say, is going to shut down in 5 minutes. But anyway, it was a nice thing to try. Okay, so so Christy, try again. Make sure your number is correct. Okay. Udan, something, no win. Refresh the page. Yep, guys. It says that we're not selected because we checked too early. If we try later, it will work, I swear. This is the sort of idiotic comment that people make. That is a stupid comment, right? Just so everyone understands. If it says not selected, That isn't going to change later. Okay. And it's not because you checked too early. That is a moronic thing to say, emotion-esque. So sorry. And I deal with this every year. There are some YouTubers out there that say stupid things and pretend to be DV lottery experts, and they all sound very confident. And when you say things like "it will work later, I swear," people might think you know what the hell you're talking about, but you don't. You have no idea what you're talking about. That's not how it works. Okay, so but people are very confident in their stupidity. I think it's a Dunning-Kruger sort of thing, really. Vanessa, did you really win? I hope you did. Can you give me a little bit of information? I'd like to know your case number range with your region and so on. So the way to talk to us about that is you say, I'm 2026, AF for Africa or EU for EU or whatever your number is. And then you don't have to give us the precise number, but you can give us the number range. So if you're AF 12,155, you just say AF 12,000 or 12XXX. Okay. So, I'd love to hear what number you have, what country you're from, and I'd love to see sort of a little bit of detail about the letter as well. So, but congrats if you did win. That's awesome. Site can't be reached. Okay, let's see. Sunita thought it was a good idea to put all of her details on the internet. That's not quite smart, but I assume you're probably not a winner. So good. Someone posted their confirmation. Yeah, that was kind of dopey. And I showed it because it just shows the dopiness, really. Can I know the reason of rejection? I'm worried that my picture is not fit for the standard that this year's hence got rejected. You never know why you're rejected or not selected. Many people are not selected, right? Some people are selected numerically and then disqualified. And the thing is, we don't know the difference. We don't know whether you've been made into a hole, which is people that would have been numerically in the winner set, but then they get kicked out because they did something wrong in the process. Typically, their photo is wrong. But we never know. You don't know whether you were not selected because you just weren't lucky this time, or whether you were actually in that winning set of numbers, but your photo was wrong. We never know. It's just very, very important, therefore, to make sure you've got a good photo and you're not worrying about this, that you did something wrong, right? Okay. My TikTok live will end in a few moments, so apologies for that. I'm supposed to interact with the camera and I can't be bothered. So there you go. I'll just keep on going on YouTube. Okay. Thank you for peace. Those two words mean a lot to me. That's nice. I'm going to tell everyone I lost now. Yeah, one thing I would say. If you lost, you can tell people you lost, obviously not selected. That's very normal. If you're a winner, though, be careful about who you tell and what you say, because you don't know anything about this process yet. And there's a lot to it, and not everybody who's a winner or a selectee will actually get their green card, right? So if you run around the village or tell all of your friends or shout from the rooftops that you're a DV winner, you may have an impossibly high case number, or you may have made a mistake in the process that will disqualify you, or you may not meet the requirements. And you'll have created basically an embarrassment for yourself, where people that have never done anything in their life will criticize you and be happy for your failure because they're just nasty people, but it will be horrible for you. And so my suggestion is, when you win, you tell your immediate family, your loved ones, quietly, carefully, by all means, right? But it's going to take a long time, and you don't want the embarrassment of everybody asking you every single day, when are you moving to America? Right? Oh, you're not moving to America, are you? It's not going to happen. You didn't deserve that. People are mean and horrible, right? So, just just don't tell everyone to start with. Keep it to yourself. It's your personal business. When you've gone through the process and you understand the process a bit more, then you might want to tell a few more people. But be careful to start with. Okay. Okay, an Aussie Vegemite not selected. Look, Aussie, you've got the best chance of being selected amongst all the regions, right? People from the Oceania region got selected. So keep going. Try again next year. And if you made a solid plan to try every year for 5 years in a row or something, particularly if you're a couple, you would more or less be certain you were going to win within the next 5 years. No other region is like that. You're in the only region like that, so you've got an amazing opportunity to be pretty sure. Okay, Vanessa, who's a winner apparently, is from Ghana. So congratulations. You need to pay attention to what I'm going to be telling you, Vanessa. If you're really a winner, you need to be careful. Partly because you're in Ghana. In Ghana, the Accra embassy has been a bit of a roller coaster ride for a few years. And there's a lot of ways that you can fail in the process, particularly in countries like Ghana. So you need to be a bit careful, right? So, please do subscribe to my channel and let's start talking about how you're going to get your case processed, okay? By the way, for anyone that's wondering, all of what I do for absolutely free. I'm never going to charge anybody any money for anything that I do, apart from the where I'm incurring costs, like the mail service thing I discussed earlier. I don't charge money for any of the information I provide, etc. I just do it because I benefited from this program myself, and I want to give back, and that's all it is, right? Don't pay people money to do this stuff for you. Okay, you don't need to. Okay. How do I check again? I forgot, lol. Yusuf, you go to dvprogram.state.gov/ESC, and you can enter your details there, okay? Okay, lots of people saying the website crashed, the website collapsed, and so on. Yeah, it's going to be a mess for a while. Vanessa, marry me, says someone. Yeah. The website doesn't allow me to enter my surname. You're doing something wrong, Dwayne. It's you, it's not the website. I wonder how many seats a man gets, and if maybe it's an easier competition. It's an interesting question, like how many seats are allocated, as you say, seats, or how many visas are allocated to each country. There is no allocation per country. Some countries will get more winners than the country next door. And that's purely because they had more entries. It's a completely random draw, and there are no preferences given to this country or that country. It's just a random draw. And some of you won't believe that, but I guarantee you it's true, and I can prove it over and over again. And I'll show you how over the coming months. But yeah, it's completely random. I was rejected on student visa for US and now applying for another country on student visa. Should I mention my rejection? Does the embassy shares the data? It was a 214B rejection. 214B rejection is where they are concerned that you will try and overstay your visa because they believe you've got immigrant intent, right? Now, they were right, weren't they? Because you're a DV selectee, I guess. And that is an immigrant visa. So you do have immigrant intent. Basically, for DV cases, immigrant intent is not a problem, right? So, so that's fine. Now, just reading your message, I'm wondering whether you mean, will the US embassy share the information with another embassy, like a different country's embassy? That's not a thing, and it's not my area of expertise. So don't worry about that. It's not a thing if that's what you're asking. Okay. In Nepal, website failed. It failed everywhere. Like, it's the same thing. Okay. Simon, BGH embassy has sent 52 to NL up till now. It's considered poor performance, isn't it? No, it's not. You have to understand that the simple number of 2NLs that an embassy sends doesn't necessarily mean that it's performing badly. The question is whether it's backlogged or not. So if it's got 52, but it's right up to date and it's not backlogged, then that's not poor performance. That just means they didn't need to do many cases. Some embassies are very quiet. Some embassies will do a great job and they'll only issue 12 visas a year or something. But they're doing a great job. Some embassies are very quiet, while other embassies, are not quiet. Okay, so you have to look a little bit deeper than that. Okay. Vanessa's getting overwhelmed with offers of marriage and so on. This is an interesting one. Harry from the UK. No joy, UK citizen. Yeah, it's 1 in 100 chance, mate. So, 1 in 100. 1 in 100 years, I like to say. But in Europe, it's about that 1%. So most people will not be winners, right? Oh my God! Everyone leave Vanessa alone. Right. Don't share your winning numbers. It should be private. Yeah, winning numbers, to an extent, you don't want to share your winning numbers. Yeah, so you're sort of correct. It's actually public information, right? So if I know the number, case number 2026 AF number 1, the fact that I know that number is not a problem. What becomes a problem is if you give somebody your number, they know your name, they know your birth date, they know your email address, right? It's like the people you shouldn't give your number to are people you know. That's worse, right? Giving your number, or at least your number range, to complete strangers on the internet, where you don't give them other information like your complete name and that sort of thing, that's not a problem. Okay, you just have to be understanding that if somebody knows you quite well and you give them the case number, then you've given them too much information. If somebody doesn't know who the hell you are at all and you're not using your real name as your screen name, then you can give someone your case number. It doesn't make any difference at all. It's not dangerous by itself. It's only dangerous when someone has your case number and your name and your date of birth and your email address and so on, right? Then it can become dangerous. Okay, not selected, site is down. Yeah, lots of people having, the typical problems. And some people have put in their confirmation details in the chat. I'm not going to check these yet, but I will come back and check some of these a little bit later because it'll be fun, but I don't want to endure the pain of that flaky website right now. Felix says, I've been helping people apply since 2012. All those who've been selected were first-time applicants and most weren't aware. Okay. It's interesting, Felix. I mean, not everyone. So I was selected, or rather my wife was, and she wasn't a first-time applicant. So I don't know if your statement is really true. Can Trump cancel the DV program? No. He can try and push a law through the government that he would eventually sign that could cancel the program, but he can't just wave a magic wand and cancel the program. He is not a king. He's not a dictator. We're a country of laws, and he can make life difficult for DV lottery selectees. He can do things like bans. He can cause slowdowns of processing through staffing changes, but he can't just cancel the program because the program is part of law, and he doesn't get to just change the laws. That's not how it works. Okay. Estelle, going on 3 years here in the States, would not have gotten through the process without your assistance throughout. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, Estelle. That's lovely of you to stop by and say hi. Appreciate it. I love those sort of messages. People coming in from before. It's lovely. Hopefully your prediction is a little higher for Australia since I am 19XX OC. Yeah, it might go to 2,000. I hope it does, but we've got 3 visa bulletins left, and what they did over the last couple, it's a bit weird, right? In some previous years, when the math worked a little bit more reliably, when it was a little bit more sensible, the cutoff number was more like 1,500. 1450, 1500 was, you know, pretty normal. Now the years differ from year to year because 1500 in one year is not necessarily as 1500 in the next year, because it depends on the density of cases, right? How many holes there are. So you can't really compare year to year very easily. But yeah, you know, mathematically, we can see from what's already been issued, it doesn't need to go up very much more, put it like that. So it is looking a little bit more like the lower end of my range than the higher end. Okay. Answered that one already. Oozy woozy woozy, what's up? Says Cascade. Some more strange nonsense there. Good luck to everyone. Don't rush into checking now, says Osama. The outcome will be the same. Be patient. Absolutely good advice. The outcome doesn't change because you rush to check and you check quickly. The outcome doesn't change. It's not that, it doesn't work that way. DV24 winner says, Joe, I'm waiting to check for my friends and family who applied this year, and I remember when I checked my results back then, I took an hour to be able to access the website after it opened. Yeah, exactly. And if you're waiting to check for family and friends, probably just wait a few hours, because, you know, you'll drive yourself nuts. So yeah, good luck to all Australians. Hope you all win, because Labour won the election and you'll have 3 more. You have 3 or more years of elbow sleazy. Yeah, but you know, there's also Trump, right? Sounds like you lean a little bit further right than me, but Trump. I mean, what a fucking moron, honestly. Who saw that he'd posted a picture of himself in as the Pope on Truth Social? What a moron! What a complete idiot would be that disrespectful. I am not religious. I don't give a damn about anybody's religion. I mean, they're welcome to it, right? But I wouldn't go out of my way to disrespect a religion in that way. Not, you know, not Catholic faith, not Muslim faith, not Islam or whatever, you know, not Buddhist faith. I wouldn't dress myself up as the Buddha and make fun of it. And considering the Pope just recently passed away, it's incredibly stupid, insensitive timing. So, you know, we have got a complete moron running this country, I'm afraid. You know, there's no other way of putting it. But there you go. But still, come to America. Okay, so not being selected. Hi, Britt. What did you say about not knowing someone in the US is someone wins? What? Oh, okay. So we were talking about what do you do in the DS260. If you're a selectee in the DS260, you have to write a US address there, and that will be the address where the green card and the social security number will be sent. That should be sent to someone that you can trust. It should be someone you know, should be someone that you can trust. And but just very recently, because I believe people can trust me, and they've seen me talking for 13 years, and they know I'm not running away or whatever. I've made available a service where I will receive the green card and social security number for people, giving them address that they can fill that address in at their interview. They can put that American address that I'll provide. The green card and the social security number will then be sent to that address. I'll hold those documents for you. And then when you're in America, I'll send those documents to wherever you want in America, or send them to a FedEx office where you can pick them up. And so, you know, that's the service that I've just developed. I've used it as a trial run. It works. Everything's gone well. So I'm now starting to take people into that system if people want. And I'm charging $80 for the service to cover the cost of the FedExing and the mailbox and checking it and the administrative, you know, hassle of doing all that. Okay. So yeah, that's what I said earlier. I've checked 5 entries, though wrote Bado had you. Mine is going faster. So you've checked 5 entries. That's good. Not selected to Sunita. Sunita put her details into the chat earlier, and somebody has checked it for her. So that's interesting. I hope everyone feels the excitement for winning as me. I really hope people here to win. Good luck, everyone. Yeah, absolutely. It's an incredibly exciting thing. Tariel in the UK, good. Simeon did not get selected. Not selected. You see, many people will see not selected. It's going to be the normal thing, right? Finally got selected, says Abdullah. Oh, wow. Okay, so Abdullah, so give us some information. Where are you from? What case number range do you have? Give us that sort of information. Be great to hear about it. I also want to know on the letter that says you are selected, I think there's going to be some information there that says how many selectees there are. Okay, and I'd like to know that number. So it might say that, it might not. But so I'd like to see a copy of that 2NL, the 1NL, just to see what it says. We're a winner of DV 2020. Please first give chance DV 2020 and 2021 winner. Unfortunately, they can't do that. The selection process is completely random. It would not be right or even possible to give DV 2020 winners some sort of preference in the draw. It's a random draw. And so I totally get where you're coming from, but that's not going to happen, right? And it's not me that controls that, obviously, but it's not going to happen. There's no point in keeping asking for that, okay? Okay. Excuse me, we've got kids following FK words. Yeah, you're right. There are kids following, but I get a bit fruity with my words sometimes, so maybe don't have the kids listening to me. I'm a grown-up. I'm expecting to speak to grown-ups. So there you go. But I'll try and be polite for Philip's kids, if no one else. I'm from the UK. Did not get selected. Fingers crossed for people from the UK get selected this year. I hope they keep us updated. Yep, me too. Please, can someone check mine, please? Says Joel. I would not be putting, so Sunita, we already know you're not a winner, right? Somebody checked for you, you're not selected. But I wouldn't be keeping on putting your details in here, right? To be honest, that's up to you. What if I've moved a lot? I don't know exact street numbers from rentals in my 20s. Should I just put as much information down as possible? Yes, Christy, absolutely. That's what you do. You don't have to be absolutely precise. But if you are filling in your DS260 right now, you're probably rushing it, right? And you probably need to slow down. Go check my blog, BritSimonSays.com. Google the words Brit Simon and DS260, and you'll come up with an article that will help you through the process of filling your DS260. Okay, so take your time with it. Let's see. Case number is very high AF region. Is that a concern? Yes. Higher case numbers have more risk, right? The process goes in order of case numbers to some extent. The law says that lower case numbers should get earlier processing, should get more chance, and that later case numbers are sort of like the substitute at a soccer match, the substitute bench, right? They may get to go on the pitch, they may not, right? That's the way it works. Why are you sharing a confirmation number? Most people's confirmation number is going to be not selected. So there's kind of like, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, it's probably not ideal, right? Don't do that. Not selected for further suffering, says Philip. Oh dear. It's not further suffering, Philip, I'd like to say. But anyway, you're going to be fine with your 29. Okay. Got accepted. What happens if I'm already based in the US? Okay, so Nicholas, congratulations for a start. Let me know your case number. Now, you're going to have to sit down and learn about the two options you have for processing. There's consular processing, which is what 95% of the winners will do, which is done in some other country, right? It's where you go for an interview at the embassy, and that involves filling in the DS260, and that's the normal process that we talk about. However, for people that are in America, they can do something called adjustment of status. So if you're in America on, let's say, an H1 visa or a J1 visa or whatever it might be, you can adjust your status while being in America through this program. and you fill an I-485 form and associated documentation with that. But you need to weigh the pros and cons of those two processes. There are pros and cons for both. There's not a definite preference that I have or anyone should have. There's not one really good way and one really bad way. Both ways have their merits, and they both have some drawbacks. So, Nicholas, if you did get accepted, first thing, subscribe to my channel, and if you and have a look at my blog and also YouTube videos where I've discussed the differences between adjustment of status versus consular processing, CP or AOS, we call it, right? Okay, curious, which citizenship did you have before American? I'm British. The Brit in Brit, Simon, stands for British, right? So I was born in Scotland. I grew up in England, and I'm now an American and British citizen. I'm a dual citizen, okay? If you're illegal in the US, you will not get the visa even if selected. So sort of, you can still get the visa if you leave the country. So it depends how long you've been illegal in the US without documentation. If you've overstayed for a long time, you could be banned. And if you're banned, then you probably have ruined your chances. Yeah, but some people could be illegal here, wisely leave before they overstay their visa or are caught, get themselves the hell out, and then they won't find themselves in a position where they pick up a ban, and those people could process a DV lottery win. Okay, UK not selected, says locked in. Who got the email? What email? Who is selected? The website is on. Go check, everyone. Curious which citizenship? Yep, answered that. Bhusal, can't contain myself. Oh my FG. Calvin in Wonderland. Is that because you were selected, Calvin? Why can't you contain yourself? It's on. Go and look at the website. Yeah, you probably find it's usually gets a little bit better, right? So it usually gets a little bit better after a while. Let's have a check. Let's check the status. Let's see. I mean, it's not great, but it's not really fast. But yeah, it does appear to be working a little bit better. 5th year trying, still unsuccessful. We'll try again next year. All the best to the winners. I'm not able to go to the websites. Perhaps there are tons of people going online at the moment. Pacific Oceania, exactly that. There's lots of people trying to get into this website, so that's why it's very laggy, says someone. Yeah, absolutely, it's a laggy thing, right? Just wait for a little while. Don't try and go through this when it's awful, right? Just wait for an hour or something. If you haven't been selected, okay, so let's check. Okay, I know what this is going to be, but I know Sunita's result. Let me just see. Check my result. Let's check Sunita's result, shall we? Just for a giggle. Oh. Let's see. 2026. 26, 500F. 500F, NPW. I just want to check a result. BS3, BT for Bhusal. Let's see. And 1992 year of birth. Let's see. So let's just show this what I'm doing. So have I put this in correctly? 2026 500F, NPW, BS3, BT, Bhusal, 1992. Authentication, you have to do CDV, Y8X. Right? Submit. Let's see if it's working. I already know what this is going to say. I just want to check the website. So I just click that and it's slow. You can see up here, it's spinning, spinning, spinning. And I'm expecting to see you are not selected, if anything at all. But the performance is obviously, yeah, right. Didn't like that. Okay. Please enter code as you see it. Let's see. B3Y YW9. It came back quite quickly. So that's giving me another session right now. It's connected and giving me another session. So, and it's spinning. Okay, has not been selected. So it is working for some people. You just have to be persistent and try again, right? So I'm going to check some other people's results, but this is for Sunita. She got not selected, which is not a surprise, really. Most people do. Okay, so has anyone confirmed that wrong photo kicks you out even if you numerically got selected? 100. Well, I mean, so has anyone confirmed? I've confirmed. I know that to be the case. I know that that's one of the main reasons that that cases get kicked out. But nobody will have been able to confirm that for their own case because the government is not going to tell you that that's why you got kicked out, right? But official reports and that we've obtained through lawsuits and Freedom of Information Act processes and so on have revealed government emails where they're talking about this process. And so we know how the process works. I know how the process works. And I've explained how the process works. And I've seen government emails to each other talking about the email, how many photos have caused rejection and that sort of thing. I know that happens, right? 100% certain. So, but nobody will be able to confirm that back for their own individual case. They're not going to find that, okay? Which region code is Serbia? Serbia is in EU, okay? Copy and paste for invalid numbers. The only time it will say that is if you try to check it before it was open. That's not true. Invalid numbers. Crystal, please. People can see invalid case number, even if you check it, after it was open, etc. When they do the case number wrong, let's go back a second. I don't understand why people don't pay attention to simple instructions, and then start coming up with silly stories. So I just checked a case. You saw it was not selected, right? Okay. If I go into this again, we'll try this again. And hopefully it will remember. So your contention is that anyone who sees invalid numbers is only because it was not open at the time, right? So this is a case number I've just checked. What if I change that number to an I, right? That last character to an I. It was a T. What if I'm not paying attention? I change that to an I, right? And the name the name for that case is Bhusal. Well, it's like misbehaving. Come on, wakey, wakey. Oh, I'm gonna have to refresh this. Try this again. Try it again. I want to refresh the page. It's not behaving. The server is obviously misbehaving, but I want to prove a point here because you're making a mistake in your information and leading people down the wrong path. Right. So I've now made that number invalid. Right. Oh my God, it's not working. Come on. There we go. Why is it not letting me get in there? How about go in there? 1992 is that thing. It's like it's blocked out that last family name. Now, someone mentioned this and said they couldn't enter their name. So that's interesting. This This is one possible error. That box there should be white like that, and therefore enterable. Because it's gray, I'm not able to enter that right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to refresh that page again and see if that fixes the problem. Oh, now it's white. See that there? It's white. Okay, so 2026. So if you're getting the situation, now it's gone gray. That shouldn't go gray like that. That's really interesting. So that's the form misbehaving, but I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Let's just see whether it's a session thing. So I'm tabbing and it's gone straight past the family name. I bet some of you are having that problem. So let's just go incognito window. We'll go to DV program, state.gov, and actually we'll go to the ESC page straight away. Okay, so you can always bring up a browser in incognito mode, which sometimes helps because the sessions that you've had going before kind of confuse the system. It sort of connects to the sessions and it gets a bit confused. So doing this might help, right? And I'll show you. So I'm using the same browser. I'm still using Chrome, but I've switched over to an incognito session to try and get rid of some of this data, but it's misbehaving. We'll try that in a minute. So come on. No, we'll come back to that in a minute. I'll just keep an eye. Not selected. Africa is a lot of people, so high case numbers are expected. That's true, Joshua. Couldn't check my results because I couldn't reach websites. So yeah, keep trying later. I would try again in an hour's time. Please check. Don't confuse the 0 in your confirmation number and the letter O. Good advice. That's not the only mistake some people make, but that is one of the mistakes people make, right? So, okay, I've clicked into there and that's now spinning again. I can see it spinning in the upper right-hand corner. What about DV 2021 winners? They've lost their chance. There is no further possibility for 2020 or 2021 winners. The lawsuits worked to an extent. They helped people to an extent in that year. But in the end, the appeal was lost on the argument that some visa numbers should be kept open for later issuance. That part of it was lost in the final appeal. So the 2021, DV 2021 is over. Okay. I'm selected. Good luck. Good. Congratulations, Sanjay. I'd love to hear your case number and your country and so on. Guys, I help people to know their results. Please send details in the chat. Yeah, I'm not thrilled about that, but okay. So we'll try again with this thing. That's the real case number, but I'm going to change that to the I. This is now white, right? That's good. And the year of birth should be 1992. And the authentication, oh, damn it. Change the captcha. So it doesn't, the captcha is not behaving now on this particular session. And it's thinking about refreshing it. Oh, don't be. Ah. There we go. N8Y9. N8Y9. Right? Submit that. Right. Now, I've deliberately made that code number invalid. That confirmation number is invalid, right? So is it going to say not selected? I know that that case is not selected, right? But I've deliberately made a mistake in that confirmation number. Let's see what that does. Very slow, very laggy performance and kind of weird, right? So, okay, the information entered is not valid. And it goes and tells you, don't confuse the letter 0 with the letter O. Don't confuse the letter 1 with the letter I. I changed a T into an I. The letter I, like ice. 5 is 5. S is, S and 5 can look similar. 6 is 6, and G is letter G, right? So that's 6, and G sometimes can look similar. That's all the stuff that they're saying. So it tells me reliably that this confirmation number is not valid, and it's because I've made a mistake. It should have been like that, right? And if I change to that, and I've still got Bhusal and 1992, and now do B8 ENK, we'll check that again, submit. So I corrected the error on the confirmation number, right? And we're checking again, and it's thinking about that, and it's not being selected. So if I see not selected, I put the confirmation number in correctly, right? If I see selected, that's wonderful, obviously. But in that case, I corrected the bad confirmation number, and it didn't give me that little block error at the top anymore, and it now went through and checked my entry correctly. When I say mine, I'm talking about Sunita's entry, right? So Sunita, thank you for donating your details so I can go check that and prove how that works, okay? Now, also note that I switched over to incognito mode on Chrome, and that helped me get around that address, the field that was grayed out. Okay, so not sure whether that's going to affect a lot of people, but that's one thing you can do. You can also try a different browser, like use Internet Explorer or whatever, Edge, right, or Firefox or some other browser, Safari, whatever it might be, right? You can change the browser that you're using and sometimes get slightly different behavior. Okay, so let's see. How I know if I was selected because I can't check. Well, you just have to wait and be. Honestly, if you're already impatient at the point of trying to find out you're selected, you are not going to make it through this program, because this program is all about patience. And if you are too impatient, where an hour after the results system is open, you've decided that, oh my God, I can't check, right? You don't have the patience necessary for this program. Guys, it's not a matter of life and death. You win, you have an opportunity to try something else. If you don't win, life continues where you were. That's absolutely true, Felix. Wise words. Please, what is the website? It's DV program. Let me show you it again. Excuse me. dvprogram.state.gov ESC/ESC, right? People still struggling to open the website. The website is working. You've just watched a couple of times I've tried, but it is sluggish. It's very, very slow. Okay. And I've got pretty good internet connection. So, guys, I hope people know their results. What do you know about Latvian region? Is it commonly selected? Every region, every country within a given region has the same chance of selection as every other country in that region, theoretically. Okay. Now, in practice, there are some countries that don't have as much chance. So, what I'm about to say some people will instantly disagree with. If we, for example, take the Asia region, in the Asia region, everybody has the same chance of selection, apart from Nepal and Iran, who have less chance of selection than the other countries in Asia. And someone right now just jumped up out of their chair and started screaming at the YouTube channel because Simon said that people in Nepal and Iran have less chance of selection than other people in the region. And they're screaming at the YouTube channel because they know that a lot more Nepalese cases get selected and a lot more Iranian cases get selected than other people in Asia. And they're correct about that. But the chance of selection for those individual cases for Nepal and Iran is less than the other people in the region. And I've explained why a million times, and some of you understand, some of you don't. But the reality is Nepal and Iran actually have less chance of getting selected than the rest of Asia. They will have more selectees, but that's because they have many, many, many more entries than the rest of Asia, right? It's all about the number of entries. Your chance of selection is the same as everyone else in the region, but the number of people selected for your country depends on how many people from your country entered the lottery. If there are a lot of people enter from Nepal and from Iran, then a lot of Nepalese and Iranians will be selected. That's how it works. Same for Latvia. Okay. Have you ever come across people who applied for 10 consecutive years and were still not selected? Absolutely. I can show you people that have chatted in forum channels, and they have a little, as part of their signature, they have every year that they've applied, not selected, not selected, not selected, and so on. And so, yeah, 100%. I know of people who've been trying for 10. I think the most I've seen is someone who's been applying for 20 years every single year, may have missed 1 or 2 years, but has been applying for all that time and still not selected. Let me see if I can find an example of that. It's kind of a cruel but real sort of part of the thing. So being able to do that, where we selectees thread. I was just seeing if I could find someone. I know someone. I wanted to find someone. I think it's like Bilal for Life or something. It's one of the people. Let's see. Not selected. Okay, here we go. So how many attempts before you were not selected? Right. So this is, where am I? My own streamer. Yeah, there you go. So this is Bilal for Life, I think it is. So I've been talking with this guy for years and years and years. Same thing here. So to this question that's just been asked, right? Have I ever come across people that have not been selected? This guy has been applying since DV 2006, right? So almost 20 years. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, all of them. Never selected. So this guy has been selected, never been selected. He's been trying for over 20 years. This guy here is not selected since 2014 and not selected. This forum, by the way, is an interesting forum. And in there are a couple of people. This forum is one of the forums I hang around in and, sort of frequent, as it were. And there's a couple of people. Susie Q in that forum is a well-known participant of, all the information and helps people, has done for years. But if you're interested in adjustment of status through DV lottery, if you're in America and you're doing adjustment of status, this person here, someone's mum, is a freaking genius on all things. I mean, she's a genius anyway. I mean, she's a wonderful person. Susie Q and someone's mum, they're both wonderful people. I know them personally, know them in real life. But they're wonderful people that help and have been helping since both of them were winners in DV 2013. So over 10 years, these people have been helping. Someone's mum is the person I turn to for expertise about adjustment of status for DV lottery cases. She is by far and away the most knowledgeable person that I know of, including all of the lawyers that I know. She's the most knowledgeable person that I know of in adjustment of status for DV lottery cases. And she, every year, helps people and produces these incredible spreadsheets with lots of information about timelines, about how you process and so on. And she helps people through. Wonderful person. And just someone who prefers to stay a little bit anonymous. So you'll never see her online, I don't think, in face-to-face, but she's a wonderful person, and I highly appreciate her and Susie Q. So good people. Okay, I think you just need to continue playing. Yeah, absolutely. It's like broken? No, but it's slow. It's very, very slow, very sluggish. Thank you, Simon. You're a big help. No problem. If you were not selected, how will you be accepted in further? Will you be accepted in further months to come? Right. So let me re-answer this question. I answered this earlier, but they tell you to keep hold of your confirmation number. The reason that they say that is because in some years, very few years, but in some years, there's a second draw that happens around about September, October of this year, right? It will only happen if they select a small number of cases in the first draw, okay? So everybody that's selected can check now, today, May 3rd. Nobody will be added to those selectees. No extra winning cases will be added to those selectees in May or in June or in July or so on. If there are enough cases from that initial batch, and enough means something more than 100,000, then there will not be a second draw. But if there is a small number of selectees from that first batch, something like 80 or 90,000 people, then it is possible that they release a second set of winners later on this year in September or October. It's possible. But I can tell you in the time I've been doing DV lottery, it's happened twice. So that's twice in sort of 14 years or something, 13 years. So it's not very likely, right? And it really only happens where there's a small number of selectees in the first draw, okay? And we don't know yet how many selectees are going to be drawn in DV 2026. We'll know later, okay? All right. AF region 90,000, is that a concern? Samuel, are you saying you're a DV 2026 with an AF 90,000 number? This is probably a good point to bring up a something I want to talk about. 26, yeah. So Zarthisius, who is an awesome guy, has put online this poll for us so that we can go and fill out this poll. You'll come in here and you'll enter this poll. Let me just switch over and show you what the poll will look like. It's going to look like, yeah, it's going to look like this. So in this form, you pick your fake username. You just put a username just for my reference, really. You pick the region that you belong to. Let's say you're Africa. You go in there. Oh, this required question would be Simon Test. I'll delete this one later. So pick your region. This is only if you're a DV 2026 winner, right? Do not please fill this if you're a DV 2025 winner. There's no advantage to you doing that. It's only to collect information about DV 2026 winners. And then you're going to choose the drop down that is closest to your number, right? So if you're a 90,000 number, you would have to scroll all the way down and say you're in the 90,000 range, right? Now, and I'd like people to try and give me that information, because by collecting information in this poll, we will start to understand what the high number ranges are. So right now, Samuel, AF 90,000, is that a concern? I don't know yet. I mean, it sounds like a high number, but is it too high? I'm not showing my screen. Thank you, Zar. Zarthisius is obviously online and watching this. Is so wonderful. There's me sort of like being a moron, and a little message pops up from Zarthisius saying you are a moron. You're not sharing your screen. So here's what I'm doing. So let's clear this form. So here we go. You're going to put in your name into this poll, which is the poll. You'll see the poll results here, and you have a link to access that from here. Please do so here, right? So this is probably the best way because he's got a proper link. My link is like a horrible shortened link or whatever. But Zarthisius has put this on site. So it's dvpoll.zarthisius.xyz. You go in there and you're going to add your details by clicking this link down the bottom, right? Let's make that a little bit bigger just so you can see that without it disappearing. Yeah. So you're going to go down to the bottom and you're going to click that. And you're going to get to this poll where I've typed in Simon test. I've chosen a region, Africa, and then I'm going to go next, and I'm going to pick the number range. So for 90,000, I'm going to scroll all the way down and show 90,000 range, right? And I've created that form so that, and Zarthisius is hosting the form, linking to it, and he'll show us the data. So when we get the results from this poll, we'll be able to see where the number ranges, really fall into. DV25. I wonder if that's still up. DV25 poll. Zarthisius. Can't spell. Zarthisius.xyz. Let's see if that's still up. Did you leave it up, Zarth? Looks like you might have. Yeah. So I'll show you what this will look like by showing you last year's. No. Oh, no. Looks like it might be. Yeah, okay, good. So, for example, we'll be able to see in each of the regions, we do this little drop down, and we can see the number of cases per 1,000 in the region. This is last year's data. And so we were able to tell, for example, in last year that selectees had cases up to about 3,700 in Oceania. And based on that poll information, I was able to give predictions back in October of last year about whether Oceania would get to the end of its numbers or not. So, and talk about high case numbers. And we also got information on Africa. Now, in Africa, we got a bunch of people who reported receiving case numbers in very high number ranges, but it turned out to be incorrect. It was bullshit, right? And because it was incorrect, it was a bit confusing, but basically we knew by the shape of the data and the number of responses here that it looked like we were going to get case numbers up to about mid 80,000, and that turned out to be correct. And these additional cases turned out to be incorrect, right? We got information about EU. That's how EU looked. And again, all of this data here was incorrect. People that don't understand or don't read or, I don't know, or just thought they were being funny. So we interpret that. We read through the bullshit and interpret that. And these polls turned out to be pretty accurate as long as we interpreted the bullshit. We filtered out that nonsense, right? So it's a good way to collect the data. So go and have a look at the form and do submit that. So Samuel, go ahead and submit that. That would be awesome. Okay. Thank you very much for that. And thanks, Arthisius, for pointing out I was a moron. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for all you do for us, Simon. You are the one reliable source of information I trust on the internet. Well, I have to say, particularly since I now know he's watching, actually the most reliable source of information on the internet is about DV Lottery is Zarthisius and his wonderful site, where we get all this accurate information. But I'll interpret the information for you accurately, and I'll talk to you about the process and how you go through. And I have to say, I'm going to blow my own horn for a minute. I often do. I am providing, the best information, most reliable information. I'm not always going to be 100% right. I'm going to guess things wrong. What's I'll say? So now half the internet thinks I can. Yeah, but most people, Zarthisius, that know that I said, that too, they know that you would never call me a moron. Well, I think you probably would. You and Mike. The form asks for a request, you need to put ACLS on it. The form, okay, yeah, good. Let me look at that a little bit later. So yeah, anyway, so I do feel like it's important to get reliable information. I'm a recipient, through being a derivative of of the DV lottery program, right? And if you look at all the people that are really key to this process, Zarthisius, former DV winner, right? Actually, Zarth, was it you or the wife? I'm not sure. But anyway, Zarthisius got his green card through the program. I believe he's now a citizen. Someone's mum got her green card through the program. Susie Q got her green card through the DV program, right? Philip, who's one of the people that's helping with data, and lots of people turn to for data on a daily basis, is a DV winner. He's going to be a DV winner. He's going to be a green card holder because of he's in DV25. Roberto for entertainment value, DV winner, and lots of people who've helped people in the past. Stoic, great interpreter of the information. Lots of people who are involved in this program. They give their time because they give back, and none of those people I just mentioned, no one's making any money. Meanwhile, we have some morons on the internet running YouTube channels where they do things like try and offer a sort of a guidance program. Now, they barely know enough about the DV lottery program to have a coherent YouTube channel, but they also try and make money from, offering guidance when they don't know what the hell they're doing. Those people really piss me off. And it's important you get the right information. So you may not like me. You may not like the way I give information and so on. But there are ways you can get information from the community that you should know. Actually, let me show you that. That would be a good point to show you some community resources that you've got access to. Let me pull this over and do the slideshow thing from the beginning. Yep, right. Hang on, let's just show you some of the information. Right. This is, let me just show you this screen here. Some tools you have, and it's amazing information, right? So you really need to take advantage of this. So obviously there's some extra tools that you have. I mean, firstly, you can always read the instructions. Please do read the instructions. If you win this green card opportunity and you can't even be bothered to read the instructions, then I really question whether you deserve the green card. Somebody else should probably get the green card. But I've got my own blog at britsimonsays.com. I publish articles and information there relatively often. I always announce the visa bulletin, which you'll learn about. I announce the visa bulletin on that channel every single month, which serves as a way to track when they release the visa bulletin, FYI. And I publish other information and articles as and when I feel I've got something to talk about. I also have the YouTube channel. So I've got a YouTube channel. There's 88,000 subscribers to that YouTube channel now. And if you're a DV26 winner, you need to be logged into that channel. You need to be subscribed to that channel because you're going to get good information. But here's another one. This is, if you don't like me, if you don't like my attitude or my sense of humor or my lack of religion or whatever else you don't like about me, that's perfectly fine. I don't mind. So I created a channel for you to go in to be able to ask questions of other selectees. So there's a community where you can go in and ask each other, right? And that's in Telegram. So there's the Telegram channel link there, DV_2026_global. Okay, you can go there. Then for data, you can go to Zarthisius' site. We've just been looking at his site. He's going to provide all sorts of information and data. Now for DV2026, we're only going to have the poll information until the 1st of January next year. Okay. Every year, we hope that the government will see some common sense and release the data through SEAC a little bit earlier than usual. You know, we always hope for October, and around about October, I check. I'm sure Zarthisius does as well. But in our heart of hearts, we know that the government is run by morons more now than ever before. And and so they unfortunately release the data on the 1st of January. So it's a long time to wait before we get any data. What Zarthisius then does is he goes in and he gathers that data. I used to call it scrape, but he gets annoyed when I do that because it's no longer scraping. But he gathers the data in some fancy technical way from that website, and he presents that data to you on his website at dvcharts.zarthisius.xyz, right? Okay. And then what else? What else you got in terms of, yeah, so you're going to go through and use those tools. But particularly this Telegram one, that's going to be an interesting one. I've created that channel for you. It's there to talk. And just be polite and respectful there, please. Understand that I'm going to be very impolite to people who are impolite to me. And I'm human, right? I get annoyed sometimes, and I get frustrated with you people sometimes. But I do answer questions on my blog every single day. I'm answering questions on my blog, and I have done for years and years and years. And I'm giving video information on my YouTube channel. And so then, there's also immediate access to me and other people. 24 hours a day, people are on there, and you can ask questions there. It's fantastic. I mean, what more could you want? Okay. So there you go. Let's see if we've got some more people. It's too slow. It's crashing. Hello, folks from Central Asian countries. Please confirm if you could open the website. The website should be getting better now. We're 1.5 hours in past the beginning. It should be getting a little bit better. And so it says, yeah, I can open the website. The Uzbekistan website isn't working. That's going to be very, very localized, right? There are a lot of people from Uzbekistan who enter the lottery, and all of them are trying to, go through that dial-up modem that connects Uzbekistan to the rest of the world. So yeah, it's going to be a bit slow in certain countries because of that, right? Invalid confirmation number, it's telling me this. That's because you're putting in invalid confirmation number. I demonstrated exactly how you could cause that problem a little bit earlier, just a few minutes ago. Okay. Somehow I feel like I won, even though the website is not working. Pyramid, we can all relate. I don't think any of us enter the lottery and then think, but I didn't win. We all feel like we're winners, right? But only 1% of people are. So you've got, one chance in every 100 years. Now, there will be some people who are going to be found to be winners in DV26 that were winners in previous years, DV25 and before, right? That will happen for sure. It happens every year. And sometimes we also hear about people who husband and wife both entered and both of them win. There's some amazing coincidences because it's all just a natural part of a draw process, a random draw process. Okay, I'm from Uganda, working in Dubai. Can I run the whole process from the American embassy here in UAE, or I need to go back to Uganda? Well, firstly, Remy, congratulations. Please go to that DV poll website and put your number in there, right? Do you need to go back to Uganda? No, you don't. You can do the whole thing in UAE. So when you fill out your DS-260, you give your address, and you also select which embassy you want to process at. They sort of ignore that selection, to be honest with you, but nevertheless, you can select UAE there, and the fact that you live in UAE is what they'll base your embassy selection on. Okay. Thank you, Anne. Thank you very much. Nice. Coffee for workers. So yeah, you can do it there. Your worst subs for your service. Yeah, well, and yes, what? Your worst subs for your service. Worst subs for your service, and yes, subscribe. Thank you, George. I appreciate it. I thought it was capped for 50,000 winners for everyone's country. No. The number of visas available in this program is 55,000. Those 55,000 visas include, by the way, family members, right? So if you are selected, but you're married and you've got 2 kids, that's 4 people out of that 55,000. That 55,000 is distributed via a quota system into the 6 regions of the world, right? One of the regions is so small it's not worth talking about, but the other regions are Africa, Asia, EU, Oceania, and South America, right? Those regions don't all get the same number of visas. Africa gets the most allocated to it, and then first come, first serve within Africa for those visas, right? Same thing for Asia. Asia gets about 8,500 visas allocated to it, so not as many as Africa. Africa will have about 23,000 visas allocated to it. It may not take all of those. I'll come back to that. Asia will get about 8,500 allocated to it, and EU gets about 18,000 allocated to it. Then South America and Oceania have small allocations of about 1,000 for, a little bit less than 1,000 for Oceania, and about 1,500 for South America. Now, those numbers, if you add all those numbers up, they don't add up to 55,000. That's because there's a reduction in numbers for DV26 that will be about a 3,000 reduction in numbers, maybe 2,500. We'll find out precisely. Actually, we should be able to find out right now, thinking about it. Zarthisius, I'm sorry if you're still watching. Have you checked? I don't know what the number of the other program visas were taken, but anyway, let's call it about 3,000. So the number of visas available for DV26 will be limited to about 52,000, which is why those numbers I gave per region are a little bit less than the full allocation if it was at 55,000. Okay, but it's not 50,000 winners for everyone's country. No, 55,000 for the world, and that's got to be spread amongst 6 regions. Okay. Is it possible if I do it tomorrow? So yeah, so I think you're a winner, right, Tariel? I think I saw you mentioned you're a winner. So yeah, that's fine. 7th of May is the date for those to make application of 2026. Why are you talking about 7th of May? There's no need. So if you get selected, you find out today, you can fill out your DS260 today if you want. You can do it tomorrow. You can do it in a month's time. In general, you want to do it fairly early, in general, right? However, if you've got a very high case number, if you happen to know you've got a very high case number, which would be something like in Africa, 90,000, for example, then even if you fit it immediately, you're still going to be waiting a long time. So there isn't really a need to rush for some of you. Now, it becomes a bit contentious. In general, you should fill in your DS260 fairly quickly. I don't want to wind people up when I say, look, some of you shouldn't fill it in quickly. But in my heart of hearts, actually, there are some of you that should probably pause and wait a little bit until we know a little bit more about the number of winners and we know more about the poll and so on. And that's because high case numbers may not have the same chance. And in some cases, if you fill in a DS260 and you never get your interview, then the fact that you fill in your DS260 can be a negative. It can be a factor against you when you go for a future non-immigrant visa interview, right? It can be an indication to the consular officer that you have a desire to go live in America. And so if they give you a B1 visa or an F1 visa or something, they might be suspicious that you'll overstay your visa and try and live in America. Okay, so it's only a factor. It doesn't mean you definitely can't get that visa in the future. It's just one factor that could be used in evaluating your case. Okay, so be careful of that a little bit. Okay, let's see. Please check my result. Let's check this result. This is, let's do one of these. Right, so come over here. Let's go entrance status website and we'll do check status. Right, let's do one of these. Now, unfortunately, I can't find a way that I can cut and paste from here. That's really annoying. Why can I not cut and paste? Put user no. Damn it. That's so annoying. I have to type it in. So 2026. And by typing it in is not what I recommend, right? Oh, here we go. So I'm going to refresh this page and I'll put in these details. I'm sure somebody has checked for her, right? Copy and paste those to say, Crystal keeps saying this. That's true. Copy and paste from your entry is very good advice, Crystal, if that's what you're saying. So if somebody entered and they sent themselves the entry, session timed out, okay, that's fine. Don't mind session timeout. Just give me a new session, please. There we go. If somebody entered last October or November and they emailed themselves, they scraped the data out of that screen and they pasted that into an email, which is what I recommend, then they will be able to cut and paste from there and make sure they don't make a mistake on their confirmation number. So yeah, that's the best way. I wish more people would follow that advice and do that. That would be more sensible. Okay, so we're waiting for paint to dry, or the system to become a little bit faster. It's slow at the moment. 6L I 7. Now this is one that can be confused. I'm saying that's an I. 7HJ, right? And I'm looking very carefully at these to see I'm not making a mistake. 358 and N7. N7, right? Now, I want to copy that for a second. And I've got the grey box. I should have checked that. That's interesting. So I'm going to go to the incognito mode again. That's really interesting that's happening. I don't think I've seen that in previous years, but it's obviously a glitch, right? So that's an interesting thing, but I'm going to do it through incognito mode. So those of you that are struggling, I had better success earlier with incognito mode for the error that seems to be happening where the name goes gray, where it's grayed out, right? We're just going to wait for this. See if it comes back. No. It's trying. It's certainly trying. So we're going to try and get Mansu's. Here we go. So really sort of laggy, slow. In a couple of hours' time, it's going to be much, much faster to be able to check. You'll be able to do these much faster. So let's see. Now, I would say this is Shrestha Manisha. So let's say Manisha. Oh, damn it. I've got the grey box again. Oh, it's really frustrating. Let me see if it works better in... yes, we'll see on Edge. See if that works better. Just waiting for this website to try and load up, but I do want to try. I do want to try one of these. Can't reach the page. Blah blah blah. You can see I'm having the same sort of problems that you are, and I'm in America, right? So this is not because I'm sitting in Uzbekistan or whatever. I'm in America. I'm in California. Okay. We'll wait another few moments. Why is there such a long time from lottery registration until results? Does the draw take that much? Rustam, it doesn't really take that time. It's just the normal cadence. But there is stuff that they do between the lottery entry process and the results. So I understand that they drew the results in December of last year. It could be January, but I think it was December. Certainly by January, we know that they're starting to talk about the process. We've seen that in emails, official emails that we've seen between government staff that have come out in lawsuits, right? So through lawsuits, we got access to information that explains how the process works. So we know they do the draw pretty early. Then during January, February, March, and so on, they're doing various levels of screening and background checking, etc., to weed out what they see as bad photos, false, fraudulent entries, perhaps duplicate entries, that sort of thing. So they numerically might have said, so basically, here's the draw process. This is kind of interesting. So let's say 10 million people enter from Africa. They jumble up all of those 10 million entries into a random order, and they number those entries starting at Africa number 1 down to case number 10 million, right? Every single case gets a number, a numeric number one after the other. They then say, we're going to take the first 100,000 numbers, right? And they pick that number kind of randomly, but maybe 100,000, maybe a little bit less. So they go through the 100,000 numbers. Then they start working through those cases, and they look at the photos programmatically. They're looking at the photos and seeing whether the photos met the requirements, whether those photos match some other entry within the 10 million entries, and so on. They're looking for fraudulent entries and incorrect entries. And they do some basic error checking on the other information in the entries as well. And they kick out a bunch of those entries. So let's say case number 1 might be good. Case number 2 gets kicked out. Case number 3 might be good. Case number 4 gets kicked out because of a bad photo or because they think this person has applied multiple times. So they go through and they go, number 1 stays in, number 2 gets out, number 3 stays in, number 4 is kicked out, number 5 stays in, number 6 stays in, number 7 gets kicked out. So last year in DV 2025, out of 85,000 numbers, the first 85,000 numbers, only 30,000 entries were left after the kickouts. So they kick out a lot of cases, more than half the cases, particularly in Africa. In other cases, it can be less kickouts. But those kickouts we call holes, right? And so the numbers of selectees are no longer consecutive. So yeah, that's the process, and all of that is what happens between December and now, right? So it all goes on. So let me just go back to Manisha. I think it was a Manisha, wasn't it? Man. Where are you? Oh God, don't tell me I've lost that. Is it Manisha? Yeah, Mansu. There we go. Manisha. Right, we're going to say Manisha is the last name. I'm not sure if that's correct, but it could be the other way around. 1999. Imagine being born in 1999. That's so young. Oh, man. Capture's not there, but at least the form's there. So we have to wait for the capture to refresh. I changed the capture. I clicked on that. There we go. R8T5. R8T5, right? Submit that. And we'll check. We'll check for Mansu. That was probably going to be incorrect data if Shrestha is the last name, but we'll see. Let's see what your result is, Mansu. So that's telling me the information entered is not valid, right? It's please review the confirmation number, last family name, year of birth to ensure that you've entered them exactly as they appear in your DV confirmation page. I think probably most likely, I'll look at the number in a minute, but I think I've probably made a mistake on that. It's probably Shrestha. It's probably the other name is what the last name is. 8N99. That's probably it, right? But we'll check. And if I've switched to this name and then that's not right, then I'm gonna, it's not been selected. So that was correct. It was the correct details, but Mansu, you've not been selected. Okay. So, but you can see what I did there. I very carefully took this confirmation number, right? And then 1999 was the date of birth, had that right. But I had the names the wrong way around, right? So when Mansu entered, Shrestha was the name that was the family name, and that was what it was important. So that's how I was able to get that not selected. So you're not selected, which is the majority of people. 99% of people are not selected. Okay, so don't feel bad. Just keep trying. Try again next year. Okay. I can't type my name. Why? So this is I was having the same problem. Did you see I swapped to a different browser? I first of all tried an incognito session on Chrome browser, and then I swapped to a different browser and it worked for me. So there is a problem with the checking where this name section, the last family name, you've got to type it in there. But while that's grayed out, you can't even enter the box. Okay, so that is a problem that some people are going to experience. All right. Let me, while I'm thinking about it, let me get a snagit of this. Hang on a second. Snagit me up. I want to just take a picture of that. Okay, I'm just going to save this. Name problem. Name problem. Okay, so that's the name problem that you may have. Like if you see that gray box, you can't enter into it. If that's the case, switch over to an incognito browser. That might help you. If that doesn't help you, switch to a different browser. If that doesn't work, wait until tomorrow and hopefully it'll be working better tomorrow. Okay, various things you can do there. Okay, let's see. Can I check my status? How's the situation? Yeah, you've got a chance. Asia 14,000 in DV25. You have a chance still, right? So good luck. You just have to wait and see. If you check and not selected, is there a chance you check later and then be selected? I've explained about the second draw. There might be a second draw in September or October, but it only happens in a few years, not very many years. Okay, so it's not always going to happen. Sharing my winning letter removed all the sensitive information. Jason, that's awesome. How are you showing that? You know what? Jason, if you're still online, email me a picture of your letter if you could. I'd really love to see this. I'd be very grateful. Anyone that's got a DV2026 letter, I'd like to see that selected letter. If you can email me at bricksimon3@gmail.com, that would be awesome. Generally speaking, by the way, I don't answer emails that are sent to my email address, but I'll be looking out for yours, Jason, and fingers crossed that you'll send that to me. Okay. After winning a green card, how much time do you have to immigrate in USA? Good question. So it's going to take a long time, right? Let me just show you this slide again. The process will take a long time. Today is the result date, right? And there's no interviews before October 1st, and the interviews carry on between October 1st of this year to September 30th of next year, right? Your interview will be somewhere in that range, right? And once you go to the interview, just before you go to the interview, you have a medical. You arrange the medical once you've received your 2NL, which is your notification that you've got an interview on a certain date at a certain time. You go to the medical and then you attend the interview. Hopefully you're approved at the interview. Sometimes people are put onto a waiting status called 221G, which is a delay before their case can be either approved or denied, right? And so some people go to their interview and it's approved, and within a few days they get their passport back with a visa printed into it. Other people have to wait for a while before that happens, and some people get refusal either straight away or they get the refusal some time later, okay? When you get your passport back with the visa in it, it'll have an expiration date on that visa, which is timed to be 6 months to the day after your medical, right? So you do your medical, let's say a week or two ahead of the interview, and if all goes well, you're approved at your interview. You get your passport back, but you'll then have about 5 and a bit months left because it will be dated based on your medical date, right? That's how that works. Okay, I hope that's clear. Okay. Was I not showing that? I wasn't showing that, was I? Sometimes I do the stupidest things, and Zarthisius, although he doesn't call me a moron, he would be right to do so. This was the picture I was showing just in terms of the timeline. May 3rd is today. October 1st is when the interviews will start. September 30th is when they'll finish, right? Okay. Dear me. If you check and not selected, is there a chance to be selected later? Has not been selected. Can it be turned into selected later? Right. So again, this is what I'm saying about the second draw. It can happen in some years, but it will only happen if there's a small amount of selectees in this year. Okay. Okay. Has anyone posted? Okay, I just want to see. No, I'm just checking in the channel there. I don't see anything in the DV26 Telegram channel about winning letters. So I'd love to see a winning letter. It's my first time hearing you're also a DV winner. Can you make a video telling your story? Thank you. A very simple story. Nothing sort of major to tell. We entered the lottery for DV 2013. So we entered the lottery in 2012 and in 2013. We didn't get selected in 2012. We did in 2013, the 2013 entry, which was for DV 2014. I had an EU 31,000 case through my wife. My wife is from Spain. I'm from the UK. And my country was not eligible to enter the lottery, but because she was from Spain, she was eligible to enter, and I was also eligible to enter. And so we both had entries. In the end, in 2014, she was selected. In that same year, I had been selected in the H1B lottery. There's a lottery for the H1B. And so in February of 2014, we came to America on the H1B, and I started working at a company that I had contracted before. I was a contractor, an H1 contractor for them previously. And so I contacted that company and I started work for them, I think in March of 2014. My number became current in June. And then I got my adjustment of status interview in September 2nd of 2014 is when I adjusted status. And so my wife and I had to go to the consular office, the immigration office, field office in San Francisco. We had an interview. I'd already been in that office previously, basically getting frustrated with the people there that didn't know how the bloody program worked, and I knew how the program was supposed to work. Remember, I had gone current in June of that year, and so they should have interviewed me in June. I'd submitted my paperwork well before that time, but they delayed me until September. And so anyway, September 2nd, we got approved, and I continued life as a green card holder rather than an H1 visa holder. I'd been in America before. We were living in the UK when we, from about 2002 to 2012, we were really sort of living in the UK. I was still traveling to America. I spent about 5 years commuting to America from the UK. Every 2 weeks, I was on a plane going that direction or that direction. So, I was very well aware of what I could do in America for work. And I knew I had several clients that would probably hire me. And so, yeah, it was an easy move for me, right? I'd been working in the UK and Switzerland and Germany and various places before that. I was used to traveling for work anyway. And then, as I mentioned, I did 5 years from 2005 to 2010. I was commuting, literally commuting to America. I was working for a particular company, and my arrangement was that I would spend 2 weeks in the office in California or Florida, and then 2 weeks working from home in Europe. And I continued that for a 5-year program. It was brutal. Anyway, so that's kind of about me. We talked about that one. Can I talk about the I-134? Sure, I'll talk about that. The I-134 is a form called the Affidavit of Support. There are 2 affidavits of supports being used by the government today. One is called the I-864, and that form is used in cases like family-sponsored cases and so on. But we are not entitled to use that form in DV lottery. In DV lottery, we can use the I-134 as an affidavit of support. And it's a form filled out by an American resident, a citizen or a permanent resident, preferably not a temporary visa holder. And that person is filling out the form with their financial information to say that they are prepared and willing to support you if you need financial support in the USA. It strengthens your case, right? Now, if you have your own money, that you've saved up, or a very lucrative profession that is guaranteed to get you work in America, then that probably isn't going to be necessary. For example, I was working in America when I went for my interview in the USA. And so I just showed my contract details, right? The income that I was making. I also showed savings that I had, and it was very obvious that I was able to to avoid becoming a public charge. But ultimately, that's what the I-134 is trying to prove, that you will not become a public charge. And a public charge is someone who relies on the government for assistance because they don't have enough money to get by, right? So they need various types of assistance. So the I-134 removes that concern. And that concern, by the way, of whether someone's going to become a public charge or not, is a consideration in every single immigration case. It's a part of the immigration law. It's a part of every single DV lottery case. But different embassies and different consular officers and treat that differently, and they may have more concern about different people that they interview on any given day. So the experience people have is that at some embassies it's very rarely asked for. They don't ask for financial information at all. At other embassies, it's asked for a lot. And so you never quite know whether it will be asked for in your case or not. The best idea is to have it ready just in case. Okay. Trump stopped DV 2021. Really? That's weird, because he wasn't in power at that time. Not during the end of that, right? But anyway, Trump did do things against DV 2020 and DV 2021 to an extent, but he didn't stop it. COVID caused a problem for DV 2021 and 2020. It caused a shutting down of the embassies, and then that shutting down of the embassies caused a backlog, and we're still suffering the effects of that backlog even today. So there were effects, but it's not that he stopped the program. The government blocked it for a while. Okay. Please reload. Yeah, let's see if there's any more good questions here. Didn't Trump already press on Congress to stop the program, and there was a vote and the Democrats refused because they were the majority back in 2016? There's usually a law floated every year or every session to try and stop the program, and it never gains any traction. But that's been going on for years, both under Democrats and under Republicans, that they've tried to stop the program. So yeah, I think there were a couple of bills raised in 2016, 2018, perhaps, to try and stop the program. Trump sort of fairly famously stood up one time and said, "Oh, I'm going to stop that program." But he says a lot of stuff. You can't listen to what he says. Most of it is lying. The stuff that isn't lying is just stupid. And you can't listen to what he says. So just because he says something, it doesn't mean he did it, right? Or will do it. Okay. How to reapply if you haven't been selected? That's an interesting question. You have to wait until October. You have to reapply for the next year. You get one chance per year, and you can't reapply during that same year, right? So you're just going to have to wait until October. Hi, I've won a green card lottery and also have another visa bending visa that is IR5. I received welcome letter last year, August 20th, to wait for an interview in Nairobi. Which is the best lottery? I mean, Gladys, I can't sort of quite answer this. If you're an IR5, I think that's immediate relative parent of a US citizen, right? If you're in that position, you're in a very strong position through that IR program. The DV lottery could conceivably go faster if you're also a winner in that program, but probably the IR is going to win normally. But you can do both. You don't have to do one or the other. You don't have to make a choice. You don't have to stop the IR case to submit a DV case, for example. You can do both at the same time. There's no harm in that. It doesn't cause any problem. Okay. Okay. Just scrolling down, see if I can catch up. Let's see if there's any good questions. Please take care about the comment. How to reapply if you haven't selected. Yeah, I've just done that. I forgot the exact date of birth I used when I registered for the, I'm not sure which day or month I entered. What can I do now to check my result? Oh my word. So if you don't remember your own birth date, that makes me a bit suspicious, right? It's kind of strange you don't know your own birth date. But if you're sure that you used one particular year, then there is a way you can retrieve a lost confirmation number, right? And the way that you do that is you just methodically enter every single day during the year. So you're going to have to try 365 times. Now, what I just told you is also a risk of fraud, because if you give somebody your information, your name, your email address, your year of birth, they can actually retrieve your confirmation number and get access to your information, right? So, and I just explained how. So you have to be a little bit careful with your information. This is what I was explaining this to people earlier. The combination of information, your winning number by itself is not really a problem, but the combination of information that you give someone is what causes a problem. So if there's someone who's going to maliciously get into your form and do something nasty in your DS260, like adding their own details as your spouse or something, that person is going to be someone you know. More than it's going to be a stranger, it's going to be someone you know. Okay, so be careful with what information you tell people around you. Okay, be very careful. Right? Simon, be careful calling Trump a moron. He'll probably send ice to your doorstep. There is a process called denaturalization, where if Trump could figure out that I was calling him a moron constantly, which is what I do, he could send people to my doorstep and try and throw me out of the country. But, I'm not really worried about that, to be honest with you. I don't think that's really a problem. He would have to prove that I did something wrong or said something, a lie, during my green card process that could then sort of roll on and say, okay, the way I achieved my citizenship or naturalization was based on a lie in the green card process. So denaturalization is a thing. It's a possible thing. It can happen. About 10 to 20 cases per year in the USA happen like that, where people are denaturalized. But you have to really sort of you have to have done something pretty bad. It's normally for fraud, things like people that in DV lottery, people sometimes pretend they're not married, right? And they are married and they got kids, and they left those people off the DV entry, and then they get selected, and then they go through the whole process, and then later, once they've got the green card and they're going for citizenship, they try and apply for citizenship for those kids or that family that they had left behind. And then it becomes obvious that they had obtained the green card illegally, and that's when they will be denaturalized. They'll lose their green card status, or they could even be denaturalized, even if they had become a citizen by that time. So yeah. But yeah, I'm not going to be careful about calling Trump a moron, because, it's accurate. I can go into any court and prove that Trump's a moron. Again, as I mentioned earlier, he posted a photo of himself using AI, making him to look like the Pope. just let that sink in. This is the American president, a short time after the Pope died, posting a photo of himself dressed up as the Pope. I mean, unbelievably moronic. Just out of curiosity, can those who won tell us what day they made their entry, early or late? I've proven before. So when we get the data from SEAC, it has the entry date in there, right? We know everybody's entry date, okay? And I've proven before that there is no advantage on any day of the week or beginning of the lottery period or the end of the lottery period or anything else. There are more winners from each end of the lottery period. That is true. But there are more entries made in those time periods. So the chance of selection is the same no matter when you enter, no matter what day of the week it is, no matter what time of the day it is during that entry period. The chance of selection is identical. It only varies with the number of entries. Now, how do I know that? Well, I've also looked at the data showing that the number of entries are sort of a curve as well. There's more entries in the beginning of the program in the opening period, and there's more entries at the end of the program. And then when we look at selectee numbers, they have the same pattern. So, Gee, there is nothing to what you're thinking. It's not true. Okay. Why does it keep saying invalid registration number? You're making a mistake with probably your confirmation number or perhaps your name. Okay. If they don't select people who are not finished their study like me, I'm still studying at college. That is the reason I've not been selected. They don't care whether you're still at college or not. The draw is completely detached from the information you put in the form. They don't just select people who are married or just select people who are single or just select people who've got a certain level of education. That's complete nonsense. It's a random selection, 100% random. Okay. Born in the UK, not selected, says Locked In. Thank you. Don't call Simon your bro. He's a gentleman to be referred to as sir. That's interesting, emotion-esque. I don't mind if people call me bro. It's very common in some countries, but it's fine. Richard, not selected from the UK. I want to see someone from the UK selected. I really do. I can't check Afghan. Okay, be patient. Try again later. This time last year, I was so happy. Same time this year, I'm stuck with AF34K at Nairobi Embassy. Too bad. Martha, fingers crossed. I really hope this gets better for you. I hope Nairobi stand up in the next month and start taking people. Fingers crossed. EU35K, is there any hope at all? Benedict, you've made the mistake here. Good job on giving me the region, but I don't know which year. Are you talking about DV25 or DV26? So are you a winner in the new lottery or last year's lottery? Let me know, please. Why I keep saying invalid confirmation number? Could you please answer? I've shown that, Michael. I've shown why it says that, right? It's because you are making a mistake probably. You're making a mistake probably with your confirmation number. It's very easy to make that mistake. And possibly your name. Okay, it could be one or the other. Afghan gamers. I'm originally from Afghanistan, but currently living in India, facing many challenges whilst waiting for my visa in future. Despite hardships, I've worked hard and completed my PhD in English. Good for you. That's exactly what you have to do in life, overcome the challenges, right? Warning, the information entered is not valid. Why? I have everything correct. Clearly, you don't have everything correct. If you had everything correct, it would be showing you your result. Why does DV allow so many third worlders who can't even speak English, as you can witness from this comment section, while so few Europeans are selected? Emotion-esque, that's an unfortunate comment, shall we say. It's not the sort of comment that I support in any way, shape, or form. I'm European. I speak English perfectly. But if somebody is from France or from Germany or from Afghanistan or from Nepal or whatever, they all have something to offer America. America is a melting pot. So please don't bring, negative, feeling in terms of this lottery. This lottery is about diversity. And so for people that are interested in the DV visa to be anti-diversity and, in some form racist, is kind of awful, right? Don't do that. It's not good. It's not a question of whether you can speak English or not. That isn't a test of the DV lottery. Whether you can speak English or not is not a test. So what can I say? It's like there's every type of person here. I remember when Trump talked negatively about DV lottery because there had been some sort of attack, and he talked about people from shithole countries. There was a guy who put his own life on the line. I think he was a DV winner, and he climbed into a burning building and to rescue a kid. And he was from a country that Trump would have called a shithole country. And whether that person climbing up that burning building to rescue a kid that he didn't know could speak English or not, whether that person could speak English or not is not the fucking point, is it? Right? So let's not pretend that speaking English makes you any better or more special than the next person. And for Philip's kids and any other kids listening, I'm sorry, but Uncle Simon just said a bad word. But Uncle Simon doesn't put up with bigotry very well. Okay. I'm originally from Afghanistan. Yeah, talked about that already. You're repeating your question, your statement quite a lot. With a PhD in English, you should know about spamming, Afghan gamers. Okay, let's scroll down and see if we've got some interesting questions. Hope UK will be eligible again next year, says Richard. That's an interesting question, Richard. The eligibility of a country is based on the number of people that have entered through 3 immigrant statuses, family-based, work-based, and so on. So if that country has more than 50,000 people in a rolling 5-year window enter through those other visa classes, if they have more than 50,000, they are no longer eligible to be in the DV lottery, because DV diversity is about diversity. It's about giving advantage to lesser represented countries. So what it means is that UK became eligible because of the 2 COVID years, 2020 and 21, when immigration numbers in general took a dive. And so that meant the 5-year rolling window for UK suddenly dipped under the 50,000 number by a small amount. It only dipped under the number down to about, I don't know, maybe 47,000 or something. It was slightly into that number. So it's not going to take very much to go above the 50,000 number again. And so as soon as one of those 2 years drops out of the 5-year rolling window, UK will no longer be eligible. And so it may stay eligible for DV27, but it's tight, right? Because that 2020 year is going to drop out of the 5-year window, and then UK will be above 50,000 again. So fingers crossed. I'd like to see at least one more year, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay, let's see. We've got some other winners. That's awesome. Oh dear, I've got the hiccups all of a sudden. Okay. I wish I could copy and paste these. It would be a lot easier. Crystal, I know, but I probably explained it wrong. I meant you must have typed it wrong to copy and paste to minimize the chance of entering wrong. Apart from that, the only other way is too early. Yeah, too early doesn't come up with those answers. So, yeah, glad we sorted that out, Crystal. I'm sure you knew what you were talking about, just as you say it, phrased badly. How to reach the result because the website is so slow. Check tomorrow, Jamel. The website is misbehaving right now. That's predictable. It happens every year. It's because so many people are flooding that website, and it just can't cope with the number of people. That's all it is. Okay. Lots of people putting their valuable numbers into the chat. Little bit unwise, to be honest, but I kind of get it. Okay, some people like Burjesh just like spamming the thing. Please stop that. If I see you spamming, I'll just ban you at some point. Can we take another few times to check since it is busy? Yeah, you can. The result won't change whether you check today or tomorrow or next week or next month. The result won't change. Okay, it's not like I said this earlier today. It's not like a race to see who can check their number, and that once enough people have checked their number and found they've selected, that they change the result for the other people. It's not like that. It doesn't matter when you check. It doesn't matter if that's tomorrow or later. It'll still be the same result. You're either selected or not selected, and it won't change. Okay, you won't lose the winning chance. Felix, would you confirm to us your DV26 entry last year when you were demonstrating how to enter last year? Did I email myself the details? Did I do that? I think I probably did, right? Let me check my own email. DV26 2026 entry. You're right, I did. You're so smart. Well done. Okay. Wow, it looks like I did pretty good with my entry thing. Okay, let's check mine for a giggle. Let's see if I was a winner. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, so let's go and check my entry. I did an entry last year. Obviously don't need it, but nevertheless, let's go check it. Okay. I would like chuckle my ass off if I actually became a winner. Okay, so and I would get some hate, I'm sure, because somebody would say, "Oh, you've taken one of the valuable places." No, it doesn't work like that. But anyway, let's see if my entry from last year was selected. What did I do about the photo? I think I put some bullshit photo, right? So this will be funny. Okay. Would you confirm to us? Yeah. So Felix, all right, we're going to do what Felix said. So last year during the entry period, I entered the lottery, like many of you. That was my confirmation number. I think some of you have seen that. Britain was my last name. It isn't actually my last name. 1964. That surprises some people sometimes that I using a fake last name. Gosh. Okay, Mui or Mui 8U. Let's see if I got selected now. Prepare to see me fall on the floor if there's a selected letter. So let's check that. Oh, can't be reached. Oh, that's frustrating. I was all excited. Let's try again. This would be. I'm starting to have doubt that it's all about a trick. I've seen nobody winning. Come on. You literally see me, right? You see me sitting here, and I've told you I got my my green card through this program. So no, it's not a trick. I hear that every year as well. Every year, people saying, "Oh, it's a fake program. It doesn't really exist." And some people genuinely believe it doesn't exist. But there are some people who think the world is flat. There are some people who believe in fictitious flying monsters. So there are people that believe all sorts of things, right? Believe or disbelieve. So. Okay, hi Britt, I won DV25, but can't get an interview date due to a bug with the scheduling platform used in France. Any idea on how to solve this? Tech support doesn't help and the embassy doesn't take calls. Okay, this is bullshit, Salvador. So you don't have, you don't arrange your own interview date, right? If you won DV 2025 and you've been scheduled for interview, all you have to do is register with the online website for the Paris, Paris embassy, right? You're not asking for an interview date. You already have one in your 2NL if you got your 2NL. If you didn't get your 2NL, you can't just register. That's not how it works, right? So, this due to a bug thing, that's nonsense. That's just nonsense. It's because you're not understanding what you're doing. You're supposed to just create an account with the embassy website, and you already have the interview date. Okay, so the reason tech support doesn't help is because you're not asking the right questions and you're not thinking correctly, right? That's all it is. So slow down, think about what you're doing, and if you got the 2NL, you have the interview date, you can attend that date. If you didn't get the 2NL, then you can't create that from nowhere. Okay. Okay, let's try this again. 1964, 6M9M. See that there should be a little box down there. It's not really behaving very well. Let's see. Here we go. 6M9M. 6M9M. Submit. So did Simon Breton get accepted and get selected? We'll see. Oh, what a shock. Simon has not been selected. Who asked me to check that? That was a great idea to check that. Thank you. But yeah, I didn't get selected either. That was Felix. Thank you for suggesting that. But yes, I didn't get selected. What a shock. Okay, so let's see. Took about 5 years to get selected. Yeah, not surprising. Struggling, can't get to the site. Yeah, okay. Let's see if there's any question. Man, can you imagine? My brother hasn't been selected for 9 years. My brother and I both came to America through the DV program. My brother was in pretty much the first DV program there ever was in the early 90s. It actually even wasn't called the DV program at that time, and it was paper-based. But yeah, he got his green card that way, and he lives in America today as a citizen today. And I got mine in DV 2014 through my wife's selection. So yeah, my brother and I both came through the DV program. Incredible. Okay, let's see. Okay, what are the next steps after bringing randomly selected for further processing? So the next step is you're going to fill in your DS260, right? But take a little bit of time. If you're selected, take a little bit of time to make sure you read the instructions end to end, right? You go and read the instructions. You watch out over the next couple of days. I'll be posting videos about what you should do to decide when and how you're going to fill in your DS260. You can fill it in today if you want to. You can do that immediately if you want, and some people do, and some people are very pleased that they fill in their DS260 early. But if you don't have a very low case number, it's probably not going to make very much difference if you whether you rush to fill in your DS260 or not. But if you fill in your DS260 at any time in the next week, that's still considered very early to submit your DS260, right? Most people don't submit in early May. They submit in June and July, as a lot of people, that's when they submit. So, you can take a little bit of time to learn what you're doing with the program before you submit. You can definitely do that, okay? Okay. Wow, so you were selected. Was it ASICS tutorial? I'm jumping in my room. I can't believe it. Right, so another one. That's awesome. I'm just going to check, actually. Has anyone emailed me a picture of the selected letter? Not yet, but let's do it. No. I'd love to get a picture of a selected letter, please. If anyone can do that, you can, black out your details if you're nervous about giving me your details, but I'd like to see the letter. Okay. Okay. Felix, you're absolutely right. It's not a matter of life or death. Only 9 years for my brother, and he's already breaking down in tears. Can't imagine 14. Wow. 14 years trying. Okay. Let's see. I'm just scanning down to see if there's any good questions here. Getting rejected at the embassy is worse than not winning it. Sometimes losses are actually wins. Felix, that's very true. I'll tell you what's worse than being rejected at the embassy is actually never even getting an appointment, which is horrible. I mean, that's, this process is really a test of your emotions. And I've heard people describe this as being a curse to their lives. It's, it's been very, very detrimental to their lives because they have been selected and then get ignored by the embassy. There are some people that get rejected at the embassy, but honestly, those rejections are more or less predictable. It's where people don't read the instructions. They've made a mistake that has caused them problems. They've lied or present fraudulent documents. I very, very rarely hear about cases which are rejected without good reason. That's very rare. I don't think that happens very much at all. So when people are rejected, it's because they've made a mistake, or they didn't read the instructions, or they've tried to be fraudulent, or they don't meet the requirements. And those are things that they can find out from me over the next few months, right? They don't have to go and spend their time having an interview only to be rejected for an obvious reason, right? So Felix, if seems like you know about this process, I hope you'll advise people that are going to be rejected, don't even go for an interview, because you're just going to waste your time and money. It's not worth it, right? Yeah, so somebody else agreeing with you, Felix. Submitting is free, but being rejected at the embassy with all the money spent is a deep pain. Yes, but predictable in most cases, right? Like I say, very, very rarely do I hear of a rejection of a valid case. Very rarely. So, you just have to be, prepared for that. Another submission is coming in October, says Sam. Be prepared and learn from previous mistakes. Yep, absolutely. Do that. Guys, you can join the US military and gain citizenship that way if you didn't get selected. Yeah, but Emotion-esque, you have to be a green card holder to join the US military, right? So you can't write to the US military from abroad and say, hey, I live in Africa, but I want to be an American citizen, so please let me be a soldier. It's not like that. That you're thinking more of the French Foreign Legion. That's exactly the process you could go through in the Foreign Legion, French Foreign Legion. You just turn up at one of their recruitment days, and your life is radically changed in the Legion. But that's not what you can do in America, right? You can't just turn up here and say, hey, I'm on a tourist visa and I want to join the American Army. That's not how it works, right? But if you're a green card holder, and you go into the US Army, yeah, you can. That's a good thing. You can get your citizenship very quickly that way. So, it can be a good thing. Don't call random people on the internet morons. You may come to regret it, says Emotion-esque. I call random people morons on the internet all the time, Emotion-esque, and I've never regretted it. And if you're talking about Trump, I definitely don't regret calling him a moron. Look at what he does. So no, thanks for the advice, but you've noticed I'm not young, right? I mean, I'm old enough to make my own decisions and decide my own behavior. So no, thanks for your advice. What advice would you give my brother? He's been applying for 9 years and still hasn't been selected. It really breaks him every time. There's that thing again of us entering and believing it's going to happen. all I can say is you just got to keep trying, and also understand that it may not ever happen. It may not work. It doesn't matter how much you want it, right? So have you got other ways that you can move to America, move to another country if you're in a difficult position in your own country? Have you got other ways you can make that happen? You can come to America on education visas. And if you're smart and intelligent, you come on education visa, you can sometimes transition into work. And if you get a job, you can get an American company that will sponsor you for a green card. So there's different ways of doing it. It's not always easy. And some people don't have a path at all. They have no way of getting into that situation. They have no way of getting to America to come through an education-based program, no family that can sponsor them, no job prospects. There are some people who will have no way of coming to America, and so diversity is the last possible way. So in that case, you just have to keep on trying, but you have to do it with the mindset that just says, when you are not selected, you just say, oh well, that was worth trying, but I'll try again in October. I had exactly that experience in DV13. We weren't selected. We tried again in DV14 and we were selected. Okay, so keep trying. It works. Loisy, I meant that I'm from Kenya, not that I won. I'm still trying to open the website. Okay, Anastasia, good luck to you. Okay, let's see. Immersion-esque, people can check for themselves, right? So it's not a hard process to check. I once won, but I couldn't make it, says Amanda, to the embassy because of COVID. So I entered now, just trying the website to check if I won, but it's not opening. Oh, good luck for you, Amanda. You deserve another chance, I'm sure. So maybe, fingers crossed for you. Being here now is like chatting with chums after an exam, and they'll tell you all they get right. That's very true, Henry. I love to hear you using the word chums as well. That's not a word that you hear in America very much. Which other English-speaking country can one try? A lot of people look at countries like Canada, Australia, New Zealand. Those are all good countries to try immigration to. Most of Europe is English-speaking now, right? Apart from France, they're kind of political about that. But you can get by in English in most European countries because they're very smart people and they speak their own native language, but they also speak English. But you can look at immigration to other countries that are very worthwhile. America is not the only country, Now, having said that, I personally think America is probably the best opportunity for a lot of people, but not for everyone. There are some people that probably would be better not coming here, in all honesty. But for a lot of people, and for me especially, I found that I've been more successful in America than I ever would have been in Europe. So it's been good for me. Okay. Please, they are asking about where I'm going to live in the USA address. How will I know? So the address that they asked for in the DS-260, it seems like you're filling in your form. So it's basically where the green card and the social security number will be sent. So a lot of people list a family member that is in America or a friend that's already in America. If you don't have that situation where you know someone in America already, my first suggestion would be to try and find someone through someone you already know that you can trust. So you can usually trust the friend of a friend, right? But it needs to be someone trustworthy to give you that address, because your green card is very valuable and your social security number is very private. And so those things going to someone that you don't trust is not a good idea. If all of that fails, then you can use my service. I've got a service now where for $80, I'll give you an address in America, $80 US. I'll give you an address in America where your social security number and green card can be sent. I'll hold those 2 envelopes for you. And when you then come to America, well, you enter America first, but this assumes that you've gone back home or something like that. But let's say you've come to America, the envelopes will be sent to me, and then I can forward them to wherever you now live in America. And I'll forward them via FedEx, which is very secure. And I could also forward them to a FedEx office where you can then go in and pick them up. So I'm offering that service now. I'll publish details about it on my website over the next few days. But it is a possible way of doing things. If you want, if you want to use that, you can. We just need to work out the details, right? So, but I would prefer, and you should prefer, someone that you know, right? I mean, you probably can see I'm trustworthy, but at the same time, the best, most trustworthy person is a family member or friend that you have, and that should be your first choice. Okay. Okay. I've got a question right now. I'm 24. I lived in Turkey for 4 to 5 years, but I'm originally from Iraq. So my point is, do I have to get 2 no criminal records and thanks? Yeah. So there is a sort of a set of instructions that you read, and it explains in there that you will have to get a police certificate from every country that you lived in for more than 12 months previously. So in your case, you're living in some country, you may need a police certificate from Iraq, you'll probably need one for Turkey, and you'll probably need one for whatever country you're in right now. Okay, you have to read the instructions to check that to be exact in your case, right? But yes, it's common that people provide police certificates from multiple countries. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Felix, Africa. Someone said South Africa, Rwanda, and Tanzania are the reasonable embassies. South Africa's good. You've got to be a little bit careful with the others, and with any embassy. South Africa has been consistently good, but some embassies are good one year and then bad the other. Nairobi, for example, was very, very good for the last 2 years and started out okay this year, but then has stopped. I'm hoping that and expecting them to restart their activities, but right now there is a lot of people who are assigned to Nairobi embassy who are panicking. Similarly, Addis and Accra have been bad in previous years, but this year they've been better, not perfect, but better, right? Ankara has been terrible for a number of years and probably will continue to be terrible. So if you're in Ankara embassy, you probably want to consider some other embassy. Lagos, Nigeria, hasn't interviewed a DV case for years. So if you live around that area and you are allocated to Nigeria, Lagos embassy, you're in big trouble because that embassy won't take a DV lottery case. So you have to know that, right? It's pretty difficult. The embassy can make a big difference to your chances. Let me go. Let's see if I'm pretty much up to date. Oh, this is interesting. Zarina says, hello, Brett Simon. This is my first time here. I'm glad I liked you a long time ago. Now it will be clear if I won. If so, I will need your help. Yeah, absolutely. Well, welcome. Glad to see a first timer. English teacher, I'm sorry, not selected. This is frustration. It's discrimination that high case numbers don't get the same chance. What? If you go to a restaurant, right, and they've got a certain number of meals available that day, and you know that, right? They publish that. They say, we've only got 100 meals available. And you stand in a line that is 130 people long, right? And you get to the front of the line eventually and they say, hey, we just run out of food. We've got no food. Do you say that's discrimination, or was that pretty predictable? Right? It's predictable, isn't it? Because they said they only had 100 meals. You stood in a line and you were in position number 130. And by the time you got there, guess what? They ran out of meals. That's not discrimination. That's just because you didn't get an early enough position in the line, right? In the restaurant case, that's because you were, unfortunate enough to not get there early enough. With DV lottery, it's a random chance of selection. It's not discrimination. Let's not use that word. It's not discrimination. It's just bad luck, right? That's all it is. It's frustrating as hell, but But there you go. Sandy Matt says, Brett, given the unsteady political climate in the USA, do you think 2027 DV will still be there? Absolutely. I'll make that bet right now. It will continue. Trump's not stopping the DV program, that's for sure. So, yeah, DV27 will go ahead. It's already on track. So, Simon is the best Scotland 20th century. Roberto, you are freaking hilarious. I love you, man. I can't wait for the barbecue in the backyard with you and Philip and Stoic. It's going to be good. Farad, there's a problem that says my confirmation number is false, but I copied it, so I have SS of it. Just can't check it. So also think about your name. Don't forget it's your family name. So in my case, I entered as Simon Britton, right? But Britton is the family name that I had to enter. It's the last name or family name that I had to enter when I was checking, right? So yeah, you got to be careful. Even if you're putting your confirmation number incorrectly, are you putting the right name in? How about the year of birth? Did you get that right? If you get any of those things wrong, it'll come up with invalid information, invalid data or something, right? I've heard that you are not selected. You should check the lottery periodically, and the answer might change. Is that true, Norton? It's only true like one time, so it's not like you check every week or every month or anything like that. In some years, there would be a second draw that happens around about September or October. If that happens, I'll announce it. Believe me, I'll be shouting from the rooftops. And it's fairly predictable whether it will happen or not. Once we know how many selectees there are, which we find out in about August or September sometimes. Once we know how many selectees there are, we can say whether there's going to be a second draw or not. If there's only about 80,000 selectees, then there probably will be a second draw. If there's more than, let's say, 100,000 selectees, then there won't be a second draw. Okay, so keep your confirmation number for now, but you don't need to check every couple of months or something, or every week. That's no need. Narfula Charlene is one. She's charging people $1,500 for hosting plus monthly rent. Oh, fucking horrible person. I pulled her up one time. She also charges $70, $150 to supply and dress for the DS260. I'm doing that, I have to say. So I don't think that, I mean, considering the cost, I'm charging $80 for that service. But I have to say I would trust me before I'd trust anyone else on the internet. And that $80 I'm charging for that service, I've got some expenses in that, right? So I can't do that for free. And I'm not surprised she charges for the address for the DS260, but what she's doing for hosting and what she was doing for selling I-134s, both of those things are disgraceful. And, you know, I agree with your assessment. They are crooks, Dunlop. Okay. Okay. Let's see. She agrees. So this is the same topic from the same person. She charges a $1,500 resettlement fee, and she waives the fee if you agree to share your story on her channel. I mean, it's just sticky, icky, like just ugh. Horrible person. She's argued with me, but actually, that woman, Narfula Charlene or whatever, when she was trying to build her channel, she mentioned me in her links or hashtags or whatever to try and get notoriety from my channel. And I mentioned something or other about her channel, and then she tried to get into an argument with me as if she's some sort of equal to me or whatever. A complete waste of space she is. But there you go. I'm sorry for all those who haven't been selected. Stay positive and pray you'll. Yep. What was that? Oompa Loompa said that. Has not been. No. Has not been selected means you effed up. No, that's not what it means. It means that you're not selected, and 99% of everyone is not going to get selected, right? So it doesn't mean you necessarily made a mistake. It could mean you made a mistake, but you'll never know. Unfortunately, they never tell you where your numeric order was if you were not selected but got, if you were selected in the original numbers but got kicked out because of your photo or something like that. They never tell you. I wish they would tell you. That would be really cool. Hi, Britt. When I applied in DV23, I was single and won the lottery, but I forgot my son and my spouse. How can you forget your son and your spouse? E.g., how do you forget your son and your spouse? The good thing was that my case number is high and I not get the 2NL. So that my question is, can I apply? Right. Firstly, please don't say things like, I forgot my son. You know, it's like, you don't forget your son and your spouse. You mean you lied. Let's be honest. You lied on the form, right? You went in there and you said you were single, knowing full well that you were not single. You were married, and you said you didn't have children, knowing full well you didn't have children. You're correct. It's good that you didn't get the 2NL, because you would have just gone along to that, and you would have either have been forced to lie, to continue the lie, which is fraud, immigration fraud, very, very serious, or you would be caught in the lie because you would have admitted that you had the spouse and the son, and you would have been disqualified. So then all of your money is wasted, right? So it's a good thing you didn't get your 2NL. Now, your question is, can you reapply? Yes, you can reapply, but this time, for goodness sake, tell the truth. Don't lie anymore. It's very important you tell the truth in this process, really important, okay? So, you know, and luckily for you, your past sins of lying before won't come back to haunt you in future applications if you tell the truth, okay? Do we still have to wait? This is a good question. Do we still have to wait until October if you are already in the USA when you win it? Yes, you do. In fact, you have to wait until you're current in the visa bulletin. So depending on your case number, it may not even be as soon as October when you can apply to adjust status. In my own case, I was not eligible to submit my my I-485 until, I think it was May, June, March, April, May. Yeah, I think I submitted my paperwork in April because I was a June, my case number became current in June. So in mid-April of 2014, is that right? Yeah, mid-April of 2014, after I had found out that we were winners in 2013. That doesn't sound right. Yeah, no, that is right. So May 2013, we found out we were winners. We waited then until 2014 until April to submit the paperwork. We're submitting the paperwork for adjustment to status by that time. And I had already entered the USA in February of 2014 on an H1 visa. So I had to wait all that time. And then I didn't get adjustment to status until September the 2nd of that 2014 year. So yeah, that's how it goes. USA should a qualified worker immigration program. They have one. They have immigration visas specifically for work-based. What they don't have is a points-based system. And if DV lottery is ever replaced, it will probably be replaced by something more like that, which makes a bit more sense. Thanks, Simon, for your inspiring content on YouTube. I've been entering the Greencard lottery for 15 years, and your positivity keeps me hopeful. To all fellow applicants, best of luck and stay optimistic. Thank you, NMK1. That's a nice message there. Thank you. Okay. Congrats to all those who won. Good luck on the next process. For those of us who did not, we try again. And for those of us looking at other ways, good luck to us. Peace, guys. Till the next time, take care. Perfect. Yeah, exactly the right attitude. Please talk about Niger Embassy. I have the case number 64K. Any chance? Niger. Let's see. TV. I don't hear anything about that, or normally. Which embassy is that? Niger. Namey, of course. So NAMI are a very quiet embassy. They've only taken so far. Look at this. I've got to show you this. This is just, we are so lucky to have this sort of information. You've got no idea. So I was able to put in there Niger, and I can see the number of cases they've taken, what number ranges and so on, and what happened with those cases. So they've had one case issued, which was in the 2,000 to 4,000 range. They've got another scheduled in the 6,000 to 8,000 range. They have another one scheduled in the 8,000 to 10,000 range, and they have one person who's already been refused. So it's not a busy embassy, right? So they've only had 4 scheduled interviews, and all of those were scheduled before the 1st of January. So they haven't taken any cases since then. It's a very, very quiet embassy. Now, that's kind of bad. If I were you, I would probably be moving elsewhere. I'd be moving my case elsewhere. I wouldn't want to wait at this particular embassy because they haven't taken any cases in January, February, March, April. It may be that they don't take cases. And so if you do get current, your number is high anyway, but if you do get current, you may not be able to get in at that embassy. If I were you, I would be looking to move to another country where the embassy is busier. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Simon. If you applied in your country and eventually traveled to another country and you were selected, will you be able to continue the process while you are away from your country? Yes, absolutely. You can process wherever you happen to be living at that time. When I went for my adjustment of status, I went for what was it called in those days? Fast pass. I just went to the field office to have a meeting with them or to ask at the counter for information about my case. And the person I spoke to, I wrote up this story about this woman who claimed she was an expert. She claimed to have been an immigration officer for years. And first of all, she told me that I couldn't adjust status in the USA from DV lottery, which was wrong. And then she told me a whole bunch of other bullshit. And then she's telling me this bullshit. I was explaining to her what the real truth was, right? Because I knew everything at that point. So, I was saying, no, you're incorrect about that, and you're incorrect about this. And, so I had quite an interesting, meeting or, at the office there. I created a bit of a stir. I was there for hours. And this poor woman had the unfortunate experience of trying to bullshit someone who knew more about the program than she did. And so, yeah, she heard all about that. That was back in 2014. Okay. Hopefully DV26 will not be stopped for all deserving winners. Many good things for the lucky guys and gals. It won't be stopped. Don't worry about that. It's not going to be stopped. Okay. Simon, it's currently 6 a.m. in Fiji and can't access the DV entry status. You'll be able to get in there, Grace. Keep trying. What a beautiful picture, Grace. Nice flower there. So Grace, keep trying. I've checked the results several times, for different people here during my live session here. It is working. It's just a bit slow and sluggish. And if you have a problem with a particular browser, try a different browser, but it will work. Okay. Can you submit your DV lottery file if you don't currently live in your birth country? Absolutely no problem with that. Okay. I just want to go through this presentation just one more time. I just want to go through and cover a few more bits of detail that I didn't cover entirely earlier. Okay, so this first slide here, let me just show. The first slide here is about the timeline, right? So here's the timeline of processes. Today or soon, you check and find out that you're a winner. When you find out you're a winner, you're going to submit your DS260, which is an application for immigration process, right? And that DS260 could take a few months to be processed. The actual processing time for a DS260 is actually quite short in most cases. But because so many people flood their DS260s into KCC at the same time, it builds up very quickly a huge backlog of cases. And so it takes some months for your case to be processed. Not all cases take the same number of weeks or months or whatever to process, even if they're submitted on the same day. So 2 people submit on the same day. One will be processed, let's say, in 3 months or something, and the other could be 6 or 8 months before their case is processed. Why? Well, there's a difference in those 2 cases, right? The people have different names. The names are checked against terrorism lists and so on. They have different jobs. Maybe one of them has travel history in the Middle East. Someone from an accountant from Australia who's never traveled outside of Australia is a pretty simple case. He's an accountant. His name's John Smith or something. There's no John Smith on the terrorist list, so his name doesn't hit any problems. His profession is an accountant. Nobody's worried about accountants. He's lived in Australia all his life. We've got good information sharing with Australia. No problems there. That case would be processed pretty quickly. On the other hand, his friend who submits on the same day has traveled extensively. He's still an Australian, let's say, but his name is Osama bin Fighting, but he's an Australian. So his name is likely to hit someone on the terrorism list. His profession is that he's a nuclear rocket scientist, and he's traveled in the Middle East quite a bit, right? That second application is going to take a lot longer to process. Even though that's still an Australian, pretty simple and everything else, that's going to take longer to process because his profession is somewhat suspicious. It needs investigation. His travel history needs investigation. And because his name is Osama bin Fighting, he sounds like he might be involved in terrorism, right? That's how the American government thinks. It's just going to happen that way. So DS260s take varying lengths of time to process. Now, then interviews will start for some people in October. There will be cases being processed all the way from October the 1st to September 30th of next year. Okay. And generally speaking, lower case numbers get earlier interviews, but it's not always the case. It can be, a lower case number can be delayed because their DS260 processing takes longer. Okay, so generally speaking, there's an advantage of lower case numbers, but no interview will happen until 1st of October. Okay, then once your number is current, and it's made current by looking at the visa bulletin, there's a visa bulletin published each month. It's published between the 8th of the month and the 15th of the month, roughly speaking. And they move the numbers up month by month. And so they'll say, okay, this month, Africa cases below 10,000 can be interviewed. And then the next month they say, okay, that we're moving that number to Africa 15,000. And then Africa 20,000 the month after that. They move the numbers up a little bit. And as soon as your number is lower than the case number that is mentioned in the visa bulletin for your region, then you are eligible to be interviewed in that month, right? So it moves on month by month, and we call that being current, when your number is current for interview processing. Okay, so if you become current and your DS260 is processed, and your embassy has capacity, then you will be scheduled. Okay, and you must be interviewed by September 30th of 2026, or you will lose your chance. And some people will lose their chance. Right, happens every year. Okay, depending on how many they select. And if you think about it, in DV25 they selected 131,060 people. Right. There are only 55,000 visas available in most years. And actually in DV25, there were only 52,000 available. So 131,060 people were selected and only 52,000 can get the visas. There are a lot of people who won't get the visas, right? So what things affect your timeline? The DS260 is processed by KCC, and there could be backlogs. They can have big buildup of DS260s, right? Everyone's circumstances are different, so different DS260s take different times to process. Processing means some background checking, basically, and they have hits on whether they should check that case or that case based on some factors: your name, your profession, your travel history, social media checks, and so on, right? So and also, please do make sure you fill in your DS260 completely. Don't mess it up. You need to be very careful about that. Okay, your case number, as I mentioned, all case numbers in all regions start from number 1. So the lowest case number in Africa could be case number 1. There would also be a case number 1 in Europe and a case number 1 in Asia, right? And so on. Each region starts from number 1 and the cases go up from there, right? So the lowest case numbers go earlier and the lowest case numbers are nearer to 1, right? So Africa could be from 1 to 100,000, and EU could be from 1 to 50,000, for example, and Asia could be from 1 to 30,000, right? So those are the case numbers. You look at your case number to see if that's a low case number or a high case number. We'll know more information later, and there's a poll that I'm publishing to ask you to enter your case number into this poll, so that we can gather information quickly about what is a low case number or a high case number, right? The faster that people give us that poll information, the faster I can give you good information about whether your case number is high or low. There are gaps between the numbers. So even though I mentioned that Africa could have case numbers between 1 and 100,000, it does not mean there are 100,000 people. There's probably 70,000 numbers that are holes, gaps between the numbers. So case number 1 will be a real case. Case number 2 could be a hole. Case number 3 could be a real case. Case number 4 could be a real case. Case number 5 could be a hole. And holes are created during the draw process and subsequently when they disqualify some of the cases because they're fraudulent cases, double entries, or because they got bad photos, that sort of thing, right? Your case cannot be interviewed before your case number is current, as announced in the visa bulletin. The embassy also affects the timeline of when you'll be interviewed. Embassies determine how many cases they can take each month, right? And some embassies don't take enough cases on a month-to-month basis, and that creates a backlog, a queue of people at that embassy, okay? And so the backlog can be detrimental to your timeline. It can make you slower to get interviewed. Selecting the wrong embassy can work out very badly for you. And how do you know which is the wrong embassy? Well, unfortunately, we can't be 100% certain how an embassy will behave 1 year from now, right? We don't know whether they're going to have good capacity all the way through or not. And so, unfortunately, you do the best you can. You tell the truth about where you're living, etc. And then later, you may have to move your case somewhere else because you've moved to another country. Okay, embassy performance can change. Okay, so we've had situations where embassies have been badly behaved and all of a sudden they started taking cases. We've had the opposite. We've had very good embassies turn into very bad embassies. It can change. Okay, what can you do to affect your chance? Well, the first thing is understand the timeline, right? Do what you need to do at the right time. That means filling out the DS260, is the first thing you need to do, but take your time with filling it out. Don't rush it. You want to make sure you've answered all the questions completely, properly, okay? That includes providing address history. It includes providing social media history. It includes providing education history and work history all the way back, right? For as long as they ask it. It means do it properly, right? There are timelines that will be different for everyone. Think about the timelines that you have time to adjust, right? We've got a limited period where you can have your interview. So you don't want to just sit on your hands for a year and just ignore the whole process. You need to become pretty understanding of this process pretty quickly. That's going to mean you're going to get to be best friends with me, right? You're going to have to listen to my YouTube videos. You'll get to hear this horrible voice, an accent, and you're going to get used to my bad sense of humor because I'm a human. But I can help you more than anyone else can help you. So, just put up with me if you can. Study. Read the instructions. Please read the instructions. It pisses me off when people don't read the instructions. It's a green card. The green card. So Trump has recently tried to start selling green cards. He calls them gold cards, but they're green cards at $5 million each. So he is valuing them at $5 million. And according to that bunch of liars that we call a government at the moment, they said, I don't know if it's true or not, but 1,000 people wanted to apply for one of these $5 million gold cards on one particular day, right? So there are people, multimillionaires out there, who would be prepared to pay $5 million for their green card. You're winning it for free, okay? So take some of your time to go and read the bloody instructions and invest some of your time into this process to make sure you don't make a mistake, and take a little bit more time and listen to what I'm telling you. And, you know, that's the best thing you can do. Listen to my tips and advice, subscribe to my channel right now, press the subscribe button, and go check out my blog at BritSimonSays.com. BritSimonSays.com, right? Lots of information. I've been gathering information in that blog channel for at least 10 years now, 11 years, I think. So there are almost 10 years worth of experiences of interviews from people where they've been writing down what the interview is like. So rather than asking me what's the interview going to be like, go and read that. It's on my channel. It's on my blog. If you Google the words Brit Simon interview experience, those three words, Brit Simon interview experience, you're going to find a place where you can read about interviews that people have had where they've kindly come in and explained what their experience was like for their embassy, and they mention which embassy they were at and so on. Okay, so go read that. There are many people talking about DV. Don't listen to fools. There are some YouTube channels out there run by complete muppets. Don't listen to those fools, please. It will confuse you. It'll just confuse you. There are some people who make up bullshit, and it's just going to confuse you. This next one is important. Pay attention to the progress. Things will change. I'm going to say some things like on one day, and maybe 2 months later, 3 months later, things will have changed. And so, you know, when things change, you need to be ready to respond to that change. I may say, this embassy looks like a safe embassy. And then 3 months later, I'm going to say, actually, we can't say that anymore. You're going to have to move that embassy, right? Move to a better embassy, right? And if you're not paying attention to my channel, you're not going to hear this information and you're going to miss out, okay? Don't quit your job. Just because you won today, don't quit your job. Keep the win to yourself a little bit. Keep it a little bit private until you have real positive news to share with your friends and family, right? So don't run around the village telling everyone that you're moving to America next week. It's not going to be that quick for a start, and it may not happen. You don't want to make a fool of yourself, right? Okay, read the instructions. You can always Google the words if you are selected, and you'll get to this page. And in this page, it takes you through step by step. Step 1, then step 2, then step 3. If you're selected, this is where you are right now. Step 4, they say to confirm your qualifications, which basically means read the instructions to see whether you will qualify to get the green card or not. And that's based on your education. You can qualify by education. You need to be at the point of education where you would enter university. You don't need a university degree, but you must have done enough secondary education to be able to enter a university with no further education or testing, right? Which means you need to have, basically in most countries, we talk about passing high school, but it typically happens at around about age 17 or 18 that people are at that level where they could then enter a degree. And it's a comparison to the American system. In the American system, this would be a US high school graduate, and again, 17 or 18 years old, okay? So you confirm your qualifications. If you don't meet the education qualification, by the way, you can qualify as an alternative through work experience, but not every job qualifies you, okay? So you can consider the work experience over the last 5 years if you have done a job that takes training or experience to perform that job, usually 2 years training or experience. So these jobs tends to be skilled jobs or highly qualified jobs or managerial positions and so on. If you are a plumber, for example, that might be a skilled position, but it probably won't qualify you. If you're a manager of a team of plumbers, that could qualify you, right? So it depends exactly what job you've done, and I explain that in my blog. Again, if you want to talk about that one, Google the words Britt Simon work experience. 3 words. That's all you have to type into Google, and you'll get to one of my articles where I explain how you qualify your experience. If, by the way, you want to help on filling out your DS260, Google the words Britt Simon DS260, and you'll find an article where I explain every step of the way for the DS260, how to answer the questions, right? It's all out there. I've got loads of information on my blog and in my YouTube channels. So, you'll do it. So you confirm your qualifications, submit your immigrant visa and alien registration application. That's the DS260 they're talking about. Then you prepare your supporting documents. You're going to go to an interview, you prepare, or you get the interview notification rather. You prepare for the interview, you have the interview, and then what do you do after the interview? Right, so they explain everything here. It's a really good informational site. Please go and look at that, right? It's very important. Okay, then extra tools you have. From Britt Simon, you've got my blog, BrittSimonSays.com, and you've got my YouTube channel, which is YouTube at Britt Simon. And you'll find I've got hundreds of videos there over the last few years, many of which are still applicable, and you should just consume as much of that as you can. Yes, I talk a lot. Yes, it's boring to listen to me sometimes. I understand that. But this is a green card, and it's worth millions of dollars, according to the government today. So it's worth it. You put up with me so you've got better chance of getting a green card. If you would rather not listen to me and you want to have access to a community of people, many of whom are winners, many of whom are smart people, some of them are winners, but they're not smart people. But anyway, they'll still be talking. You can go on Telegram and go to the DV_2026_global channel, right? DV_26_global. Okay. And there's a community there that's open now. There are people chatting there now. Another tool you have is Arthesius's wonderful site where we've got all sorts of data, all sorts of information. And you're very, very lucky to have that information. You can please do something for me, which is go to the 26 poll on Zarthesius's site. If you're a winner, go here and start putting in your data here. So please do so here. It says click that button and start going in there. Have we got anyone yet? We've got no one has entered their data in there. Why not? Don't you trust me? Come on. Any Oceanas? A bit early in the morning for Oceana. No. SA. No, absolutely nobody. Like, who's going to be the first person to come in here and enter into this form so that you can give us your case number range? Believe me, you will want to know this information. You are going to get obsessed about your case number. And the only information we have about case numbers between now and January 1st of 2026 comes from this poll. Okay, so do the right thing and go and enter your poll information in this form. Click this button down here. You'll do a short survey, basically, where we're gathering information, and everybody will then get to see how many people have been selected, or rather, what sort of case numbers they've got in these regions. Okay. Do that. It's really important. Okay. Right. Let's just see if there's any other last questions before we sign off for the day. I've been going since just after 8 o'clock, I think. So I'm, my throat is starting to hurt. So let's see. Benedict, what makes you think that now is not the full data? It is. Yeah. When do they release the holes data for 2026? Benedict, basically what we'll have is we will see the government don't release any data, in a way that we would want to see it. But this clever guy, Zarthisius, who's a European DV lottery winner, who's now living in America, smart guy, software engineer, obviously. He goes and collects the data from the SEAC website. There is this website I can show you, SEAC Status Tracker, right? Now, I can go in there and I can enter 2025 AF1, for example, put in the code XEW, U for you, right? And it will check that, and it brings up the status of one particular case. In this case, AF1 went to Dakar Embassy and was refused and had 2 derivatives. They're all refused because the this is temporarily refused, right? So this particular case has not been refused permanently, but it was updated on the 9th of April. So this particular case is in a status called 221G, which is a period of background checking and other checking before that case will be finally adjudicated, either refused finally or issued, right? One of the 2 outcomes, either approved or denied, basically. But as you could see, I'm able to pull up information about that one case, right? This is public information. So what Zarthisius has done is he's gathered all of that data and checked every single number, right? And put that number into this format, put all that information into this format. And in this chart, we see, for example, this blue color. Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm not showing my screen. What a muppet. So I was showing this. Zarthisius right now is screaming at the screen if he's watching. So this is what I did. I went into this SEAC visa website. I put in a number there, AF1, and I saw Dakar refused. And here are the 3 cases, right? The 3 people on that particular number. That would be, the winner. The winner's spouse is the number 2, and number 3 and beyond are children, right? Derivative children. So yes, so in this website, which I'm now showing because I'm a little slow sometimes, but I'm a little tired. In this website, we can see the holes, which are the blue color. So this is the shape of I call it the shape of the data for Africa. If we look at EU, for example, Benedict, I think you're EU. So this is 2025 data for EU. You can see that initially about 40% of the cases in EU start off as holes, and later more cases become holes in later number ranges. The reason that there's a sort of a change in the number of cases becoming holes is when countries are limited during the draw. And again, this is easiest to explain in Asia. I'll explain this. I'll show you Asia, how that looks in Asia. In Asia, the case numbers have roughly about 40% holes up until about case number 10,500 or something, about that. At that point, Nepal is limited out of the draw, meaning that Nepal hit enough winners by 10,000 that after that point, 10,500 or so, after that point, they said, okay, another winner from Nepal, we don't need any more winners from Nepal, we've got enough. So they turn off Nepal from that point forward. So even though there were entries from Nepal from that point forward, they just disqualify those cases straight away. And those people obviously don't ever know that they were winners, but they were at one point, they were in the right number range. So that's how holes are created. Later on, the same thing happens in Iran. For Iranian cases, they also get limited during the draw. And then it continues with a hole rate, which is more like 75% for the rest of Asia until the end of the numbers running out, right? And so the reduction in density, the case number density is the cases that are left after the holes are taken out, right? So the reduction in density is because some countries are limited. That's the only reason that there is a reduction in density. So to answer your question, Benedict, when will we have the whole information? Well, we only get that in January of next year. on January the 1st, because that's the first time that the SEAC data will be available for Zarthisius to go and get it, right? And he'll present it. So on January the 1st, we have a party and we come and look at this data and we start, assessing and analyzing the data, and we'll then be obsessing about that for months to come. So all of that starts on January 1st. How can we get information beforehand? Well, we can enter the information in the poll, and that gives us some access to information earlier. Okay, so please do go and start entering your information there, so that we can see the number of people reporting their case number and so on. Okay. Okay. Right. By the way, if I get really good data from the DV poll, as I did last year, because I know the number of selectees in the country, in the region, and I know the number of derivatives, I know I can calculate that. Then I can figure out, okay, well, if case numbers go up to, whatever number they go up to, but I know that there can only be X number of cases, then I know how many holes there are. So I can roughly predict that. Later on this year, I'll be able to predict that, but probably only if I get good DV poll information. Okay, so that's a clue. Okay, and I did that, by the way, last year in October. So I published a video for October for Oceania, which made a prediction about what the highest case numbers could be for the following September. So almost a year ahead of time, and I think I'm going to be pretty much exactly right on that prediction. I then had to wait until January for other regions, and I think most of my predictions are going to be pretty accurate, but we'll see. Is Fiji at the Oceania have higher chances for winners of DV lottery? Yes, it does. Okay. Okay, question here. I'm going to take another 5 minutes and then we're going to call this a day. Right? I'm going to scan down for questions to answer. DV25, EU 40K, stcase.com, no backlog. In your and Roberto's predictions, you stick to the final cutoff number between 32 and 35K. Does this mean, for me, even Hail Mary will not help and the only hope is current? What it means, very family, is that even if you were to get current, you may not get an interview, which is what happened last year in DV24 to most people in Europe. Let me bring up that data and show you what I mean. So if we go into the data for last year, right? So, 24. Right, and I'm going to show you EU. Now, EU got a Hail Mary. It went current up to the number of 50,000, right? So you can almost not see this because the numbers are so infrequent, but you may just be able to see that there are actual scheduled cases, like issued cases and ready cases, which is the top of that box, right? Where it says issued 0.5% and ready 0.2%. So there was a very small number of cases that were scheduled in that number range, which I'm looking at, 42,000 to 43,000. That continues up until 50,000, right? Because EU Hail Mary last year was up to 50,000. After that point, there are no more cases. You'll see issued and ready is 0% because no other cases were scheduled, right? But before 50,000, yeah, there was a tiny number of cases. But you can see that there are a lot of beige colored cases and very few greens or anything else down here, tiny amount. And so even if they made Europe current, you would be unlikely to get an interview. And yes, it does help that you're at an embassy that is not backlogged, but even then they have to give the capacity for that final Hail Mary, and they may not give that capacity. So you've got a high level of risk, Vera family. It's just the way it is. But I'm glad you're paying attention to what Philip says and what I'm saying and Roberto and so on. So you just have to wait and see what happens. Good luck. I hope you get lucky. Embrace the Panda says, I didn't win, but I have a question. And my mum applied as my mum's application. Me and my siblings are listed. Could it be that it kicked me out because of fraud because I have my own application? No, didn't happen. You didn't get kicked out because of fraud. If you're under 21, you can be on your parents' application, and you can also have your own application. That's perfectly legitimate and legal, not a reason to kick you out. Okay. Greetings from the UK. Sorry if this has been covered already. I've just joined the live. I've not been selected. Is it worth periodically checking until 30th of September 2026? No. It's worth checking one more time in September or October. Ideally, subscribe to my channel and look for information that I publish about a second draw. That's what I call it, a second draw. In some years, there is a second draw that comes about September or October of this, would come about September or October of this year, if and only if the number of selectees chosen today is a low number, about 80,000 or 90,000 perhaps. If the number of selectees they've chosen is above 100,000, then there will be no second draw. And so, probably the not selected is what it will stay. But I have to say, if you are in a second draw, the case number you get is behind every single one of the cases from the first draw. So you're already at a disadvantage. So the second draw thing gets people excited, but it's not necessarily great news. Okay. So, just so you know. Emotionless, do you work as a software engineer since you said H1B initially, which is usually given to software engineers from what I know? Yes, I am a software engineer. I'm an architect. Why do I never see anyone from the UK selected? The UK has not been eligible for the lottery until last year and this year. Okay. Now, last year, no one appears to have been selected from the UK. According to the official information, no one was selected from the UK. That's either a mistake in their announcement of the results, or it was a mistake made during the draw process. I used to believe it was a mistake in the announcement of the results. I'm now leaning towards it being a mistake in the draw process. I think they actually screwed up the draw process and left out UK selectees, which actually should have invalidated the whole year, but haven't pushed that button to make to make those waves. But I'm hoping to see some winners from the UK. Should be right. Is the DV lottery program affected the banned countries announced Donald Trump administration? Firstly, there is no ban. There was discussions about a ban, and South Sudan has had a ban for a different reason. But there is no travel ban in place that was being discussed about a month to 2 months ago. That has not been implemented. Even if it had been implemented, people from those banned countries would still have been selected today, and they could still process their cases, and they could even get their visas issued. The ban is on entry into the USA, not issuance of the visa. Okay, so yeah, I mean that's a complicated answer, I understand, and the situation for those people is even more complex. But no, it doesn't affect the draw process if that country is banned. Okay. Hey Simon, my father is a DV23 winner, currently working 2 jobs and able to afford a studio apartment and just bought a car. Thanks to you, hopefully I will win this year so I could help him. That's a lovely story. He's I mean, to people, somebody asked, I think it was this young guy, talking about who should and shouldn't be allowed to enter the lottery or win the lottery, which I don't agree with that. I think, that's nonsense. I know there are hardworking, honest, genuine people all over the world in many countries, which is why I spend so much of my time trying to help those people. And when I hear stories about this, this is someone who is a DV winner a couple of years ago. He's come to this country. He's working his ass off doing 2 jobs. He's afforded a studio apartment, which is a very small apartment, but he's keeping humble. And he's probably saving as much money as he can. And he just bought a car. I hope he bought that with cash. I hope he didn't get a loan. But yeah, this sort of message makes my heart full, because that's all we want. Hardworking people, right? They should get a chance to live in America. And if they do the right things and they work hard and they save their money, they can make an amazing life in America. Happy to hear your message. It's wonderful. When did you move to the USA, Britt? I feel like time is passing me by and I'm just 22 years old. I have children older than 22. I have children almost double that age. I'm 60 years old, right? I moved to America in 2014, emigrated in 2014. So I was 50 at the time. Maybe I just turned 51. No, I was 50 when I moved here. So at 22 years old, you're a child. I'm sorry, but you're a child, right? You're literally at the beginning of your life. Time is not passing you by. Your life is all ahead of you. And, you can come to America and achieve amazing things. I don't know what success looks like for you. It's different for every person. I don't know what you're leaving behind. Are you leaving a country that is poor? Are you leaving a country that's unsafe? Are you coming here to, make it big in movies? I don't know. I don't know you. But there is lots of opportunity here, and all of your life is ahead of you. So if you win next year, if you didn't win this year, maybe you'll win next year. But keep trying. You never know. And, don't think life is passing you by, because at 22 years old, you've barely begun. I've got T-shirts older than you, so 22 years old, you're a child now. My confirmation number is written weirdly. I can't write it. Please help. If you've tried everything I've shown and you're really, really stuck, you can email me your confirmation number, britsimon3@gmail. But almost everybody that says, "Oh, I've tried a million times and it doesn't work. I've done this and I've done that," it's usually they're just making a mistake. So if you have a screenshot of your confirmation number, I can try that for you. But it does make me laugh, because every year I get people who say, "Oh, I've tried everything. I'm sure I'm entering it correctly," and then I go and try for them, and it works instantly first time for me. So it's just that they were doing something wrong. Am I right in thinking that it might not be worth doing your DS-260 if you have a high case and will likely get a non-immigrant visa in the future, e.g. L1? Harry, you're correct. There is an aspect of this. If you have a very high case number, if you know that, and you're only going to know that after some time because of we don't have all the information. But if you had a very high case number that never gets interviewed, or even a low case number, but you're assigned to an embassy that's not going to look after you. For some people, filling out the DS-260 is detrimental to their future non-immigrant visa application. Now, that's not the case for every visa type. And funnily enough, you mentioned one where intention to immigrate does not affect the chances. So L1 is what's called a dual intent visa, same as H1. So when I went through my H1 process, I had already won, or my wife had won. My wife had won the DV lottery, and we were going through an H1 process, but I won the H1 lottery in that same year that we won the DV lottery. So we applied for both of those, and that wasn't a problem, because H1 is a dual intent visa type, and L1 is the same as that. But F1, J1, B1, those visa types, those non-immigrant visa types, or NIVs, can be affected by an immigrant visa application, because it shows that you have intention to try and emigrate to America, and that can cause a problem for some people. So some people need to stop and think and probably ask me about whether they should be filling out their DS-260 or not. Okay, so it's a good question, Harry. I think I read earlier you were not selected and you're from the UK, but yeah, some people should be thinking like you're already thinking. Okay. Can the people at the embassy deny you a green card at the interview because you were previously denied on a B1, B2 because of 214B? Harry, that just asked the question, was asking about this answer, basically. 214B is the class of refusal you get if you go for a non-immigrant visa, but they believe you have immigrant intent. Okay, so going and for a B1, B2 interview and having a suspicion that you won't comply with the terms of your visa, that you'll try and stay in America, is enough. If they believe that, it's enough to deny your visa under 214B. However, in DV lottery, that is not a concern, because you're applying for an immigrant visa, so obviously you've got immigrant intent. So it's not a concern for that particular case. It's the other way around. DV can affect B1, B2 applications. A B1, B2 refusal doesn't normally affect your DV application. Okay. Okay, we're getting to the point where I need to stop, but okay, anyway, let's take this one. Hi, Britt. We were selected in OC24 with a high case number 2699. Yes, we were scheduled for interview, and thanks for your guidance and advice. Britt, you are the man. We are now enjoying life in California. California or California? 2699. My gosh, that's a high case number to get through. Isn't that like the highest? In 24, like wasn't that about the very highest? That 2701. It went current up to 27, right? and you were 2699. That's freaking amazing. So all I can say is that sometimes there's fate. There was, I'm not a religious person, but I do believe in fate and some other spooky stuff, right? Spirituality, those sort of things. There was something that made it that you had to get to America. There was some reason why you were brought to America, because at 2699, that shouldn't have been mathematically possible, but you made it. So congratulations, make something good happen in America. You must be needed for something. Okay. Hope you're doing well. Wanted to thank you again for your support and guidance throughout the DV process. I've got my visa on April 28th. It really meant a lot to me. I'm excited to share that. Good luck. Please watch the series of interviews I've been releasing on advice for new immigrants, advice on how to avoid getting into debt, how to buy a car without being a bloody idiot. And I'm going to release one on how to save money and how to invest money for your future. Also, I've done one on how to use credit cards to not get into debt. When you come to America, it's a rebirth. Whatever life you had before, you leave behind. I had a wonderful life before, I have to say. I mean, I was very comfortable in my previous life outside of America. But the weather was crappy where I was living. I was living in England, right? And my wife is from Spain, so she was sad about the weather all the time. And so we moved to America, which was a country I'd been working in and living in previously. It was a lovely place to live, and we were very excited to come back here. So, it does mean a lot, right? It depends what you're coming from, but it means a lot, because it's that ability to rebirth yourself, to decide where you want to live in a whole wonderful country, to choose the perfect location for you. Is the chance to change your economic life, to earn more money, save more money, to leave your old life behind. It might be a chance to find if you're a single person, maybe a new partner, explore some wonderful places, see some incredible things, and be surrounded by, frankly, amazing places. So it is a rebirth, and it's a wonderful opportunity. I'm not at all surprised that Trump values that opportunity at $5 million. That doesn't surprise me at all. Many things Trump does and says are stupid, but that particular thing is, a green card probably is worth $5 million, because you can make $5 million from it for a start, but you can have a life that's worth millions, that's priceless, by being in America. So, it's wonderful. Okay, let's just see. Okay, hang on a second. I'm seeing this one. Rafa, you need to ask me this question on my Britt Simon page. From the top of my head, I don't know what the grounds of refusal was, to see whether that's something you can overcome or not. Okay, so by all means, come and ask me that question on BrittSimonSays.com. You can ask all questions there. I answer questions every single day of the week. And, you know, so give me a few hours and I will give you an answer on your question. And that same point goes to everyone else as well. If I haven't answered your question today, you can go and post a question at britsimonsays.com and I'll answer it there. Okay. Now I'll wrap up today. It's been fun, but it's been several hours. So I'm going to call this a day, but I've been going for 4 hours and 13 minutes apparently. So congratulations to those that were selected in DV26. Please do take your time to read the instructions, take some of the advice I've given today. To DV25 people, please do stay active in the community and ask your questions. Ask them either on the YouTube channel, but preferably in my blog site at britsimonsays.com or in one of the Telegram channels, right? Please, everyone, make sure you subscribe to my channel. This really is the best source of information you're going to get. Whether you like me or not, you have to admit I've got the best source of information, or I am the best source of information to help you through your DV lottery process. And I don't charge a penny for it. So, you know, what can be better than that? All right, everybody. Thank you for joining me today. Appreciate you all. And good luck to those of you that haven't checked yet. I hope you become winners. All right, everyone. Thanks, then. Bye-bye.